Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board Member Nubia Duvall-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett Gable.
Here.
Board President Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 on January 5th, 2024. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Soma, and the Village Green. Can I have a motion to go into executive session to discuss HIB reporting, litigation status, and personnel? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor, say aye. All right, we'll go into executive session. Sorry, one more thing to say, yes. Whereas the length of executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and immediately adjourn, or reconvene and proceed with the business where formal action will be taken. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only, and be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. Okay. Sorry, my apologies. We will have a performance by John Campbell, and so we await your wonderful performance. All right, we can get started then. So I guess we'll start with the approval of board minutes. For January 4th and then executive session minutes from January 25th. Yeah, roll call. All right, the next thing we have is our student representative update.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations to the girls fencing team for winning NJSIAA District 3 on Sunday, February 4th. The team advances to the NJSIAA team tournament. Congratulations to senior girls basketball player Talia Baptiste. Talia scored her 1,000th career point on February 15th. In a regular season game versus Bernards High School. Congratulations to Columbia High School wrestlers on their success at NJSIAA District 11 at Morristown on February 18th. Jared Van Allen, District Champion. August Katz, second place. Reed Ordauer, second place. They advanced to the regional tournament at West Orange.
Good evening, everyone. Over the past few months, we have met with administration multiple times to stress the importance of increasing the visibility of admin in the school. With Principal Sanchez gone, there has been a huge disconnect between the student population and authority figures in the school. It is important that we realize that a good amount of problems that are happening at the high school right now are a result of the disconnect. Students don't know the administration, so they are less likely to trust or follow policies that are put into place under the administration. There is also no sense of assurance after happenings like the incident on Friday, which leads to a state of unease in the building. We have gotten overall positive reactions from administration about the idea of forming personal and meaningful relationships with the student body and look forward to seeing them come to fruition. Speaking of the incident that occurred last Friday, I can't say we are very surprised that it happened. Gwyneth and I have come to this meeting almost every month stating how the ID system in place at the school is tenuous and ineffective. What we say is clearly not unfounded, and the fact that it took an actual breach of security for a reform to be made shows that we are not being taken as seriously as we should be. We would also like to address the issue regarding the stage. Gwyneth and I highly recommend that steps are taken to expedite the process of rebuilding the stage, as it is an integral part of the school. Columbia is known for its exceptional arts program, and the absence of a place for these arts to be expressed puts a deep dent in the Columbia community. Special dance, the step team, and the musical are three things that define Columbia High School, and the fact that they cannot perform on their own stage when they have brought so many accolades to the school should be a top concern for the district. Construction is also taking a hefty toll on the school. Students who want to enjoy the weather and eat outside on Ritzer Field have to traverse through wet mud and eat amongst swarms of flies. All any student wants at Columbia is a sense of normalcy, and we implore you to take every action possible to return Columbia to the school that we know and love. Switching gears, Gwyneth and I were also able to sit in on a student government meeting at Maplewood Middle School, and it seems like they are making positive impacts on the school environment. When we went, they were planning events for Black History Month. We were so excited to see these passionate young students and are sure they will continue to do great things for the community. That concludes the student report for this month. We are open to any questions at this time.
Next is the superintendent's update.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education, members of the public. Thank you, Gwyneth and Asa, for your report. And I will now go into my superintendent's report. Columbia High School senior Ajuni Zubaydah has received notification that she is a finalist for the National Merit Scholarship In October, Zubaydah was the only CHS student who was named a semifinalist. We wish her all the best as we await the National Merit Scholarship Corporation's announcement of the scholarship winners in late March. Congratulations to South Orange Middle School Principal Lynn Irby Hill and all of the SOMS staff and students who participated in the second annual My Black is Beautiful performance on Saturday at the South Orange Performance Arts Center. Ms. Irby Hill and the Psalms community plan to continue this event in years to come. Audrey Noriega, a Columbia High School junior, has gotten national exposure as the co-author of Tiny Travelers Find Your Forest, a book that beckons children to discover forests no matter where they live. Earlier this month, Noriega was interviewed by the Kelly Clarkson Show, where she talked about how she wants every child to know that they have access to the forest. Currently, the book is available only at Target. A Spanish version of the book is expected to be published in late March. Columbia High School students involved in the Inspiring Leaders of Tomorrow Club have spent Black History Month looking for people of color who have achieved leadership positions as part of a special scavenger hunt. Math teacher B.B. Banner, the club's faculty advisor, came up with the idea as a way for the ALOT members, who are predominantly people of color, to visualize the possibilities of their own future. There were a variety of different professions on Banner's scavenger hunt, including doctor, lawyer, engineer, police officer, school principal, and someone who started their own business. Today, I joined the members of ALOT as they gave presentations about the people they interviewed. It was really wonderful to see the many people in our local community who took the time to walk with the mentor and mentor our young people. Congratulations to all the district teachers who are recipients of the 2024 Achieve Foundation's Double Prince Educator Grant Awards. More than $81,000 in grants were awarded to teachers throughout the district, which is a new Achievement Foundation record. These grants support our educators' innovation and creativity in teaching. We thank the Achieve Foundation for their continuing partnership in supporting our teachers, and we thank all who made donations to make these grant awards possible. South Orange and Maplewood School District Library Media Specialists and elementary school students participated in the Maplewood Library's Kids Speak Out event on February 10th. The event was a celebration of Black History Month that encouraged students to express themselves through spoken word, poetry, and the arts. All the district's elementary schools were represented by works that were either presented or on display at the library. Very special thanks to all of the district's library media specialists who helped our students participate. Jennifer Latimer at Clinton Elementary School, Teresa Quick at Delia Bolden, Maria Cazanes at Marshall, Amy Pop at Tuscan, Janine Putri at South Boyden, and Elizabeth Taylor Fox at South Mountain. Dr. Jane Bean, folks, District Supervisor of English Language Arts, has co-authored an article that has been published in Literacy Magazine, an academic journal published by the United Kingdom Literacy Association. The study examines students using annotation, which is student reading and thinking about a text together, and how it can be a pathway to understanding in the learning process. This morning, it was my pleasure to join the South Orange Middle School community to hear a lecture by Jolette Heilig, daughter of Katherine Johnson. Heilig spoke to the students about her mother's autobiography, Reaching for the Moon, which was released after the book and film Hidden Figures. Johnson's book tells of her life story of being a young girl who showed an exceptional aptitude for math, faced the challenges of the brutal racism and sexism, and grew up to work on many NASA's largest projects, including the Apollo 11 mission that landed the first men on the moon. This was a great opportunity for our Psalm students, and I want to thank everyone who worked to make it happen. I have received numerous emails of inquiry and support for the Columbia High School principal. Please know that because this is a personnel issue, I cannot go into details about the situation. What I can say is that I had hoped the Columbia High School principal's leave would have ended by the end of this month, but this is not the case. The Columbia High School principal is still on leave, and Assistant Superintendent Ann Bodner is continuing to serve as acting principal. But I'd like to take the time publicly to give my gratitude and support to Ms. Bodner, who has not only continued in her role as Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, but has also taken on the responsibility of managing and leading Columbia High School during this challenging time. It is true that she has been doing 2 jobs, but Ms. Bodner has been spending the lion's share of her time and her abilities at Columbia High School. We are in conversations regarding the visibility and accessibility of the high school's administrative team during the high school principal's leave of absence. These are very important things to us, and Ms. Bodner and the administration team are going to work to remedy some of these disconnects that we are hearing about in communication with the students and families to do everything they can to increase their visibility and their connection. In the meantime, Mrs. Bodner is doing a remarkable job in drawing on her expertise as a building-level leader while still working to promote an effective curriculum and instruction program throughout the entire district. Now I'd like to shift to the events of last week. I understand that videos of a fight involving an individual who was led into Columbia High School and one of our students has been making its way on social media in connection with the Code Yellows on Friday. As a point of clarity, this fight was totally unrelated to the Code Yellows on Friday. The fight occurred on Thursday, and the students who were involved in opening the door to let that person into the school, as well as those who were taking videos of the fight, have been disciplined according to the District Code of Conduct. Additionally, the Code Yellows on Friday, the Maplewood Police Department did a sweep of the entire building and viewed videos along with our Columbia High School administration team, and there were no trespassers or other weapons found. I will be also doing a walkthrough with Mr. Stanley Vallis and the Maplewood Police Department in the high school tomorrow morning. Now I want to take the opportunity to talk about school safety and security following the 2 calls for Code Yellow or shelter in place that happened at Columbia High School last Friday. We take what happened very seriously. We have been reviewing the events that transpired, trying to learn as much as possible about what worked, but most importantly, what improvements we need to make to help make sure that all of our students and staff are safe when they are at Columbia High School. I will be as transparent as possible in talking about school security matters, but please understand that if I go into too many details about our efforts to keep everyone safe and secure, I can do more harm than good. My goal tonight is for everyone to understand that when we say that safety is a top priority in this district, I am not just giving you lip service. We want to do everything we can to keep everyone safe. On Monday morning, I completed my first walkthrough of the high school with School Safety and Security Director Stanley Vallis and Facilities Director Tom Giglio. We revisited some of the places where reported incidents played out on Friday and checked different components of the security infrastructure. I also met with the Columbia High School administrators as well as members of the district senior leadership team, and I would be remiss if I didn't say from the onset how grateful I am for Assistant Superintendent and Acting Columbia Principal Ann Bonner for her leadership on Friday, and the Columbia High School administration's skillful work through the tense and complicated day, keeping their focus on safety of students and staff. And I also want to take this time to thank the Maplewood Police Department for their response and assistance during these events. On Tuesday, I met with Columbia High School teachers, and I was very pleased of their willingness to help the overall efforts to keep our students safe. I greatly appreciate the many suggestions that they made, and we are currently reviewing those to see if many of those can be implemented. Student IDs. One of the first areas we addressed after Friday were making sure that all Columbia High School students had their student identifications. Ms. Bodner and the CHS administrative team issued replacement IDs for any students who needed them on Monday, and they have made sure that students scan their IDs as they enter the building every morning this week. I cannot overstate the importance of students having their IDs. This is how we can verify every student that's in that building is a member of the Columbia High School community and that they belong in that building. Also, teachers and staff need to see these IDs when we're trying to account for students when there is an emergency. Designated entrances. At Columbia High School, we will designate 3 areas for students and 2 areas for staff to enter and exit the building. Staff should also know that we will be allowing them to use any of the student designated interest areas. Door alarms. As an extra measure to guard against doors being propped open, I have authorized Facilities Director Tom Giglio to develop a proposal to install alarms on those Columbia High School doors that are not used as entrance and exits. These alarms will sound when the door is open for a few moments. Propping doors open. Propping doors to let people into the building puts everyone at risk. That is why on this point I want to be extremely clear. Any student found to have propped open a door to let someone from the outside in will be disciplined according to the district's code of conduct. Communications. A school community must be alerted immediately when there is a code yellow shelter in place, code red lockdown, or an evacuation. To that end, we have asked all staff members throughout the district to opt into receiving school messenger text messages. That way, when staff members receive an alert of an emergency, they can begin employing the corrected protocols. The text communications will be in addition to existing communication practices on our school buildings, including announcements over the public address system and emails to staff. The district and its schools will provide alerts to families while maintaining the best communication practices as advised by the state of New Jersey. To minimize the possibility of incorrect information being released, details about an incident may not be released until after an incident ends and all facts have been confirmed. The district will also be increasing technology among our security staff to enhance their ability to communicate with school administrations. It is my intent that these measures will not only be adopted at Columbia High School, but they will all be adopted at all of our schools throughout the district. Understandably, there has been an ongoing discussion on school safety and security in our district for years. Throughout that discussion, there have been mentions of different companies, technologies, and protocols that will be implemented to aid our security. A number of those mentioned protocols have been implemented at Columbia High School. Since the beginning of this school year, there have been designated specific entrances for students and swipe machines, although some have not worked properly, have been used to check in student IDs. These requirements were noted in the latest edition of the Columbia High School Student Handbook, although the use of the machines has been scaled back due to difficulties with the management. The use of a technology called Swipe K-12 was also previously mentioned, which is the brand of machines we are using to scan student IDs. It was suggested that Swipe K-12 could be used to give students access to the school library, although there is some doubt about whether there was a security priority here. Swipe K-12 technology cannot be used to track a particular student throughout the school day, as it was suggested at one point. At this point, we are resetting the conversation on what our needs as a district and what technologies are best to meet those needs. I am meeting regularly with members of the district senior leadership team to explore the different options available in communications and ID scanning, and we will be providing updates on this as soon as possible. If you take nothing away from these remarks, know this: on my watch, the South Orange and Maplewood School District will do everything we can, as soon as we can, to help keep all of our students and staff safe in our buildings. The district will be accountable to all our families who trust us with their children, as well as the families of our dedicated colleagues. But we cannot do this alone. We will only be as strong as our weakest link. This is why it is important for everyone in the district community to do their part. Together, all of us can make Columbia High School and all of our schools a safe place to learn and work. And this concludes my report.
Next, we'll have an update from our business administrator.
Thank you, Board President Telesford. Tonight, we will have a presentation for our annual audit. And this evening, we have Mr. Robert Provost and John Farina. Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, Eric. Good morning. Good evening, rather, board members. Sorry. Thank you for having us, and superintendent as well. I'm Ron Provost, the partner on engagement. John Farina is the senior manager. He's going to be going over the annual comprehensive financial report. And I'm just going to touch on the auditor's management report and go over briefly some of the audit processes that take place. And it's a pretty lengthy process. We're out there roughly 2 months from beginning to end. So with that, I'm going to try to screen share, and John's going to go over some of the financial information. It is roughly a 200-page report, but we're only going to touch on 2 or 3 pages, which we feel are the most important. So I'm going to bring up the financial statement. And with that, I'm going to pass off to John Farina. And please let me know if you need it enlarged or you can't see the entirety of the report.
Yeah, can you zoom in, please?
Absolutely. Is that better for you guys?
A little more, please. That's good,
Good.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, John, take it away. John, you're on mute, I believe. Our apologies. I guess John is having technical difficulties. No big deal. I'll cover this for him as well. So these are the enterprise funds, Schedule B5. So I just want to briefly touch on that. As you guys can see, I mean, you guys, I think, are exactly where you need to be with these particular funds. They both increased, as you can see. We lost the top, but the left column is the food service enterprise fund, and the right column is the Latchkey program, which is pretty much your child care programs here. So they're both operating very well, we think. And again, these funds aren't really there to maintain, a significant amount of surplus. So we think that's exactly where you guys need to be. And you guys did have increase in daily sales and participation, and which attributed to the increase in these particular funds. So with that, I'm going to jump to the general fund side of things. And you guys, please let me know if I got to zoom in, zoom out.
Can you zoom in, please?
Yes. Is this good, Eric?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is basically where the general fund stands, which is the main operating fund of the school district. And as you can see, it's the fund balance all the way at the end is roughly $40 million. Now keep in mind, out of that $40 million, much that is earmarked for specific reserves, the capital reserve, maintenance reserve, etc. And this was an increase roughly of $1.4 million from the previous year. But keep in mind how that happened was you guys made a very intelligent, prudent decision, we feel, to sell some school buses this year, which is this pure proceeds from sale of assets. And that gave you just over $2 million, which attributed to that increase. And then you also had some FEMA funds this year, which are around $3 million. And chances are you probably won't get the $3 million again next year. You may get something, but FEMA sometimes is all over the place on what they're really willing to give out. But the sale of buses for sure is probably a one-time revenue source. So that's basically all we're going to touch on, the financial statements in lieu of time. If you guys have any questions, I'll certainly answer whatever I can, especially since John is still muted, I believe. And then if there's nothing, I'll certainly move on to the AMR and maybe quickly over the audit process.
Any questions? You can move on to the AMR, John.
Okay, so with the AMR, I wasn't necessarily going to screen share. If you want to, I certainly can, and I do have it up. But basically, that's just a template we get from the state that you have to file if you have findings or you don't have findings. And really, that's just, it goes over the entire audit process where, we have to test certain sections that are dictated by the state. We go well beyond that, we believe. We take a deep dive into the funds and the balance sheets, we can say the funds are in very good standing. We look at Fund 10, Fund 20, Fund 30 in very good detail. We could definitely say there's definitely no misappropriation of funds or assets. Same could be said for the enterprise funds. I mean, I think the accounting you guys have is very, very strong. And I think you guys have a very, very good internal control process over there that you should be proud of, and a very good internal control environment. And so that being said, we like I said, go past what the AMR has. We test student activities, internal controls. We go into compliance with local public contract laws. We certainly do a very, very heavy dive in grants, including the single audit, but we go beyond the single audit and we test other grants that are on the schedule of federal and state awards. Like I said, it's a very intensive process, and we certainly test a significant amount of transactions. And with all that being said, your school district only had one finding that needs corrective action. So I think that's something to be proud of. And that finding related to one of the grants, extraordinary aid. And it's going to lie as an AMR finding, not a finding within the financial statements, which is significant. And we believe how that occurred was when the application was filled out in May of 2023, the district is supposed to use the letter that was issued by the state in March of 23, but the district used the letter in February of 22. And there was a reason for that. It seemed that the letter that came in 2023 had some very, very high costs that the school district was a little concerned that were not accurate. So to be conservative, they went back and used the 22 letter instead of the 23 letter. And I did have some conversations with the state back and forth. And, it's one of those things, it was hard to quantify one way or the other. And, since that time, it's been corrected. All it really was now going forward, use the most recent certified letter by the state. But when you go through the extraordinary aid instructions, it tells you just that, to use the most recent letter. So going forward, that was probably just an isolated event that happened last year for the June 30th, 2023 financial statements. Other than that, we just had two other suggestions to management. One is just generally, every 5 years or so, probably should get a fixed asset appraisal. And Eric and Andrea are aware of that, and we collectively decided to probably makes sense when all the capital projects are complete to get that done in lieu of doing it now and then doing double work and more costs, obviously, down the road. So that's why that's there. That's a repeat from last year. That does not require corrective action. The other suggestions to management relates to the food service funds, and that's just something that came down from the Department of Agriculture that said, if you have a decent amount of cash sitting there, just develop a plan to spend it. And the district has such plan, but just like everything else with the COVID, layover, things, believe it or not, are still on back order, et cetera. So, it's hard to purchase many items when they're still not always available. So that's what we had for the AMR. Like I said, I think the district does a fantastic job. You have an unqualified opinion on the financial statements as well as single audit, which is the best opinion that a school district can get. So I think that being said, one finding speaks volume with all the areas I mentioned that we test. So I think the district should be proud, and you guys have a very, very solid finance team, we feel. With that, that's all that we had. We're trying to keep it very high level, but I'll certainly answer any questions that you guys have.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So given that there have been no findings, I'm going to be asking you a leading question, but if you were to rank us with all the other boards that the school districts that you do with, would you give us a grade A?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, this finding isn't even something that would affect your fund balance numbers or anything like that. Unfortunately, it was probably just a clerical error or typo somewhere along the process that yielded, the wrong cost on the letter. But no, I think absolutely an A+. I think you guys do a great job. And you're a big district. So
That's awesome. I like A+ better than A. So I just want to thank the business office, business administrator, and the entire office, including Andrea and everyone else for doing this. I know it's a tough job, and it seems simple, and it seems like, oh my God, it should be so easy to do, but it is not. And the only other thing I want to add is that last year we had at least 3 audits. I mean, maybe many people look at audits in a bad way, but I think audits are good because they give you a benchmark against what you can improve. And since there have been no findings in those audits, well, actually, no, one of them had it, special ed had it, but in the other 2 audits, including the federal audit, there was no findings. So that's a good sign. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys do a great job. And like I said, every year it gets tougher and tougher with, some of the COVID grants, et cetera, out there. And you guys really handle that very, very well.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Robert. You're absolutely right. It is an entire team that the business office just clicks so perfectly sometimes, and 99% of the time we're good. But thank you, sir.
Of course, anytime, and agreed.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you for having us again, everybody.
Have a good night.
You as well.
All right, next will be the board president's update, which will be a presentation from HYA on the superintendent search. But first, I was just going to read a statement about, I guess, the work that we've done this month. So I just want to say hello, everyone. Good evening. Tonight is a significant moment for our community. We're here to acknowledge the importance of understanding each other and how it connects all of us. Recognizing our interconnectedness helps us realize the responsibilities we have toward one another, which in turn propels us toward our collective goals. This journey of progress shapes our choices and guides us towards a shared purpose. Tonight, I would like to explore 3 key facets of understanding what it means for our school district, drawing on recent interactions with our community, our educators, and board members. First, I would like to commend the community for their remarkable engagement in the superintendent search. Across 3 community forums, an online survey, and over 25 focus groups, we have received input from over 2,000 individuals in our search. This community should be proud. As HYA, our search firm, put it, we received more than twice the response in our community survey in a community for our size. We have integrated your voices and those of other key stakeholders into a comprehensive leadership profile, ensuring that the aspirations and concerns of our community are integral to the selection of our next superintendent. Second, I want to underscore the importance of understanding and supporting our educators. As we begin negotiations for a new contract with Somea, we approach the table with a spirit of collaboration and empathy. Our recent meeting marked the beginning of a dialogue grounded in mutual respect and a shared commitment to fostering an environment where our teachers can thrive and our students can flourish. We recognize the immense dedication and talent of our educators, and we are committed to ensuring that they receive the support and recognition they deserve. Finally, I want to celebrate the spirit of understanding on our board as we held our first retreat of the year. Focusing on the topic of governance, it allowed us a moment to build a foundation to align our priorities and move forward from a place of shared vision. Tonight, we will adopt a code of governance that will help us fulfill our moral imperative to improve student well-being and outcomes. And of course, there was a little levity. We shared a drink afterward. While the path ahead is still uncertain, let us take comfort in our efforts to understand each other. It is through this united effort that we will achieve excellence for our school district. Together, let us embrace both challenges and opportunities with a commitment to a common good. Thank you. And with that, we'll have our presentation from HYA.
The biggest decision I've had this evening is whether I should walk around or sit down. And I think I'll try this from a sitting position to start with. Often when I use a microphone, it's all over the place because I talk with my hands. But again, good evening. It is certainly a pleasure and honor to be here. And before we get into the report, just the structure of what we will do this evening and why we are doing it. we want to report back to the board and to the community the input that they provided us with. With that input, we also want to demonstrate what we believe the desired characteristics for the next superintendent should be. Share with you the timeline, where we are in that timeline. And then ask you to, of course, accept our report, but it's our report. But we need you to approve the desired characteristics report. With that, we can officially kick off the search. It is, although it's been started some weeks ago, it is and just to, there are people who are already applying for the position. That is and we haven't done anything but post it. So we're in good shape. There was during the interviews with a number of folks, they talked about there's so many things that are not good happening in the district. How in the world are you going to find a highly qualified person for this position? And I come to you this evening to tell you that there's more good than bad. That there are a number of great people who are great leaders who are looking for a challenge, but a place of great opportunity and potential. And so we get to the end of the evening, we will talk about desired characteristics and our view of how we blend the potential with the challenges that lie ahead of you. So it's not just challenges, it's the potential to be greater than you are as we sit here today. So let us, with that, I want to take you through a couple charts. There seems to be an interest of who is in HYA, and I like and we've done this a number of times, so some people in the audience and some of you probably have heard it ad nauseum and probably tired of me going through this chart, but you will see later my picture, and I enjoy showing my picture. So the HYA is a national firm. We've done about 1,600, that number is close to 1,700 now, over the last 35 years of superintendent searches, cabinet level searches. We have 135 or so associates around the country. To that end, we've already received one application from California. So this is indeed a national search with a local team. We have full-time back office and IT staff that will help us accumulate the applications, sort them, develop a portal for the board where the information will be available to them on the candidates as they come in, as we vet them and get them ready for presentation to you sometime in the week of April 1st. I trust it will not be April 1st. Just a personal request that we not do this on April Fool's Day. I would, but we will ask you if April 4th is a viable date. April 3rd is a viable date, the Wednesday. Yeah, and if you could verify that on your calendars in the next few days, and if we could lock that in, we would appreciate it. Our process is four phases. The first phase is the engage phase. And during this phase is what we've just gone through and what we've just completed. Officially, hopefully we will say it's complete tonight. We've talked to almost 28, 29 groups, 3 community groups, 2 in person, 1 virtual. We will, almost 1,900 people responded to the survey, and as the president just stated, for a district this size, that's about twice of what we would have expected. We've talked to 211 people directly in the district, outside of the district. That 211, I normally would have expected to be somewhere around 115, 120 in that area. So it's a great indication that the community was involved interested and they care about the district. Certainly, they talked to us about strengths and challenges, and we'll talk some more about those things. But we were very comfortable working with the community, very professional, very civil, very engaging. So I thank the community for that. The last community meeting that we had, one lady though questioned why I would want to have the meeting on President's Day. But I will tell you, she drove from upstate New York to be at the meeting. So they didn't like the date, but she made the meeting. So I think that's the kind of dedication that makes a whole lot of sense for the district. There is we will, after tonight, we will officially move into the recruit piece of the search. I would expect that we will, next 3 to 4 days, 2 to 3 weeks, we will have somewhere in the neighborhood of, and don't hold me to these numbers, these are educated guesses, but I would expect that we will have 40 to 50 applications during that time. I would expect that we will go through our various advertising pieces of it, and with the approval of the DC tonight, the desired characteristics, we can update our advertising channels. We will go out to those 130 people that we talk to. We'll send something out to them and say, here's a great opportunity. And usually we get good feedback from that piece of it. There is once we have done that, we'll come back to the board. I just spoke of the April 1st date, April 3rd, with a slate of candidates that we will interview all of them. I will not bring anyone to you that we've not talked to or we've not met. That wouldn't work. But we will have you have an opportunity to look at the best of the best and start the interview process that we're scheduled for April the 13th and April the 20th. So that will morph into the select phase where we will do the interview, and then we will help the board facilitate the development of questions that are in alignment with the desired characteristics piece of it. And I keep referring to the desired characteristics because of a couple of reasons. One, we want to make sure that everybody is vetted through the same lens, and that becomes a document to ensure that. We make no differences with race or gender or national origin. Everyone is vetted through the same lens. And that's and at the end of the day, everyone will have the same opportunity to impress you with their skills, those who make it through that process. It is also, so we use it for recruiting. The board will ultimately use it as part of their interviewing process. We will then finish up that facilitation, send up the interviews. The board will make a selection prior to making the final selection. They will have an opportunity. We will have a third-party deep background check, probably a background check that I couldn't pass. But we will have a 7-year look back on everything from civil records to criminal records to financial records, bankruptcies, social media, news media, all of that will come forward. I think I said credit rating, but if I didn't, credit checks. It's a thorough background check before the board makes its final commitment and an announcement. We would expect and I think I'll show you the timeline in a moment. We would expect that by May 1st, in that first week of May, the board will have a great idea of who their preferred candidate is, and will, of course, make that announcement on their own schedule. Keeping in mind that the date for the new person to start is July 1st. And often, the individual may need a 60-day runway to extricate themselves from their current position. So we try to allow 60 days so that could happen, and we want to make sure that we're in place, that's in place, and that timing works. There is so that calendar, we're on date, on time. I think it says February the 29th, and we're here. We'll move forward on the schedule. I don't anticipate that we will have any unusual delays. I can't predict every snowstorm, but we will be pretty much ready for the board to be in position to know its preferred candidate by the first week of May. There is I think, yeah. This is the picture that I was speaking of. I'm the senior associate, and Karen Shaw, she will introduce herself in a moment and take you through the LPR, the Leadership Profile Report, and what the information that we got back from the community. There is if you're interested in reading this, you probably got much better things to do than that. There's it is on the website of the district, but you should know that my background is in strategic planning, board development, and superintendent searches. When I was working for money, I was in finance, and most of my corporate experience has been in finance, and and I focused at that time near the end of my career on high potential recruiting of high potential candidates. There is also not on this piece of it. I should know that I'm a former current board member. This may be my last year at 37 years in New York, Dutchess County district. That today is about 8,000 students. We started at got up to almost 12,000, but the district and the community has shrunk as the industry has left the area. But I think if you check the music awards in New York, you'll find that Arlington is at the top of the class academically and arts and sciences. So we have a great affinity for excellence in schools and education and what that means to the community. Karen will take you through, and I'm sure can share similar experiences with you in that regard. But and then she'll take you through the LPR, and we'll come back and very quickly double team the desired characteristics report. Karen.
Great. So a little bit about myself. So I was also a former board member in New Jersey for 6 years, and we actually used HYA for our superintendent search and our strategic planning. We had such a great experience with HYA that after I retired from the board, I did not run for re-election, but I have a passion for public education. And I really wanted to help other school districts find their leaders and help them with strategic planning, which I think is so important for districts really to move forward. They're both critical things, and the board doesn't get to do a lot of things, but those are two things that the board does get to weigh in on. So, and it's been a great experience working with HYA and really working with boards of education. And also Ed and I, sometimes we're teamed up superintendent and board member, just getting those different perspectives on things. Ed and I both happen to be board members, but we've worked together on a number of searches, and we do get along very well, and we've done some great searches together. And it's been a pleasure getting to know your community. As Ed said, not only did we very impressed by the amount of engagement, but in addition, not only these numbers, but we also gave out our emails to everyone, so anyone had the opportunity to email us, and that was reflected in some of the notes as well. well. So the number might be slightly higher from the email and then the community engagement, but we wanted to really make sure, like, to me, this engagement phase is so important, and so important for Ed and I also, because we're really that first interaction that the candidates have, and we're really trying to understand. So we really need to get a sense of your community, and I think we really did get a great sense of the community, and it's been a pleasure. So let's move on to, I know it's pretty hard to see the numbers, so, yep. Can you zoom in a little bit? Perfect. So we don't have to go through each group, and it's just to get a sense. So when it says NA, sometimes the groups on the survey was only disaggregated by 6 groups. That doesn't mean we didn't do community members, it's just put in a different group. So basically the groups between the surveys and the interviews and those focus groups, as Ed said, 211 was at the bottom, but we talked to board members, building level administrators and supervisors, administrative team, community members. That was the survey one, but later on we'll get to the forum numbers. Teachers, social workers and guidance, support staff, non-certificated elementary, middle, secondary, both with the teachers and support staff, community leaders and representatives, including the preschool leadership, collective bargaining leadership, the special education groups, President's Council of the PTA, parents, that's where that all group falls into, that's where all the community forums were, and then students at the middle school and high school, which is always some of my favorite groups to get information from. So for the survey groups, it was disaggregated by those 6 groups that you could see on that side, and 1875, that's a great survey response, so it was really amazing to see that kind of response from the survey. Moving on, actually, I think I have I'm going to slip to the survey. So as I said, the survey was completed by 1,875 stakeholders. The largest stakeholder group, not surprisingly, was parents, but 85.6% were parents, and teachers made up the second most popular group, which was 8%. I think we're on a different slide. Let me go back one. I'll keep talking. Well, there you go. We're there. The third largest group was community members, was 3%. So that parent group really made up the majority of it. Just kind of high level. And the survey, this is just kind of summary of the survey. You did get a full report of the survey, probably in the portal. But just to give you high level, the following statements were perceived to be the strengths. Technology is integrated into the classroom, and the TL is what we call, it's teaching and learning. Those are the categories that we use. The second one, the district engages with diverse racial, cultural, and socioeconomic groups. That's under community engagement. District schools are safe, teaching and learning. The district employs effective teachers, administrators, and support staff in its school. That's under the management category. The district is working to close achievement and opportunity gaps, and that's under vision and values. So those are the different categories. The top leadership profile characteristics, constituents' desire in the new superintendent are to recruit, employ, and retain effective personnel throughout the district and its schools, that's management, foster a positive professional climate of mutual trust and respect among faculty, staff, and administrators, community engagement, provide transparent communications under community engagement, establish a culture of high expectations for all students and personnel, vision and values, effectively plan and manage the long-term financial health of the district, management. And from what we saw, and you'll see also from the leadership profile report, it pretty much matched up what the survey, these were very similar themes that we saw in the focus groups and the interviews as well, that came through in the survey. Not exactly the same, but pretty close. So going on to the strengths. So some of the strengths of the district, the community's reputation for excellence, Diversity always came up as number one, and the cultural opportunities that you have in your community. It's pretty amazing. I didn't even know how many famous people lived here, and just so supportive of the pride of the performing arts and things that you don't see in a lot of other communities. And it was really amazing to see that, and that kept coming through. Also, the geographic location being easily accessible to New York City. People said that always makes it a great place to be, just a very desirable place for people to live and really raise their families, and that was really shown through as a strength. The community overall is very supportive of the schools and places a high value on the education. It is multi-generational, diverse, active, and vocal community with a high level of participation. Always comes up as a strength and a challenge sometimes, but in this case, it is a strength. It's also a tight-knit, cozy community, emphasizing belonging, which includes the interconnectedness of the neighborhoods and diverse interactions among the residents. It's really interesting how you are two towns, but it seems to be intertwined through the school district, and there is a meshing of the towns, which is really, everyone really thinks the interconnectedness means a lot to the community. The student body is definitely a strength, very active, very invested. They advocate for themselves, dynamic school system with high expectations, and really a strong commitment to educational growth and equity that was shining through. Valuing inclusivity and community engagement, academic excellence, which we talked about too, really creating a safe environment. I know there were some discussions earlier about some of the challenges you had in the high school, but overall, and we've asked the question in the focus groups, everyone seems to feel safe here, and the students and the parents, and that didn't seem to be a concern. Highly dedicated staff and great educators was definitely a strength. High quality, hardworking, passionate professionals, an engaged parent community, really contributing time and resources to support the students and the schools. Some of the challenges. So concerns about declining academic performance. People felt that could be a threat to the community's reputation. Academics suffering during the pandemic, mostly in the elementary grades, which isn't unusual, I think, for many school districts these days. Some people felt maybe you're not bouncing back as much as some of the other districts, but again, we're seeing that in a lot of districts. Equity and access were noted as challenges related to curriculum, struggling to implement the systems and procedures focused on equity and closing achievement gaps, especially in the special education population and English language learners, sorry about that. Also implementing the Fergus Report recommendations and the Intentional Integration Initiative, III, as people call it, as really, the passion is there, the commitment seems to be there, it just hasn't reached the full potential and the scope, and we'll see that even in the desired characteristics for the next superintendent, really trying to get these more solidified and more systems in place for that. Providing equitable access to special education programs in the neighborhood schools is a concern. People move here for special education services. Sometimes they seem to be disappointed in the services or need to litigate and to retain services for the children. So we did hear a lot of concerns regarding special education overall. High turnover in administrative positions. There's been a lack of stability in those roles. And vision. And that just happens a lot of times, the frequent turnover, inconsistent decision-making because of that turnover. So hopefully with this, the search and this process you're going through, definitely some of those challenges will become addressed. Also, the needing to address teacher relations and teacher morale seems to be low, school culture, teacher retention problems, and hiring issues, which is something going on across the country as well. Teachers feeling they lack support and resources. Lack of transparency and poor communication has led to an erosion of trust. And again, I think this was the past. A lot of these things come up as challenges sometimes, just so you know, is not necessarily right this moment, but sometimes it's just things that happen throughout the past as well. So needing to unify the district around common goals and really building trust among all stakeholders, and building community engagement and incorporating transparency. And I think that all goes hand in hand. Budget allocation and management was expressed as a concern, and stakeholders wondering why certain programs and services are funded over others and how accurately the budget aligns with the resources the district needs. And sometimes that goes hand in hand with communication. So that's just something that came up. Aging buildings, definitely we have heard about not been needing repairs, and I think in some of the student groups we heard that as well. And some of that becomes a financial burden, obviously, and an operational burden. So I think, Ed, do you want to go on to the desired characteristic? Oh, you have, sure.
Two things. The survey that we and the LPR, we would recommend to the board that you add these to the website. That they are added to the website. At least the executive summary of the LPR, and I would tell you that when you go through our notes, you could add those also from the LPR if this is the will of the board. As when we finish the characteristics piece, that they too should be added. The full survey that the 1,800 folks did, we will should be also added and be very visible so that anyone who wants to can read the comments from the community. It also becomes a great record for the new superintendent, a great starting place for he or she to start to understand the district and the issues that are there. There is and before we move to the next phase, one, if you have some questions, two, I needed to just thank a couple of people, Paul Brubaker, Eric Burnside, Dorothy Connors. They were greatly supportive during this whole process and managed the communications and trying to put together 28 meetings and face-to-face and 3 community meetings. We needed the support of everyone from inside of the organization, so we thank you for that. There is a, and again, thank you to the community for their input and willing to sit with us and share their thoughts with us. Are there any questions on the community input? Yes, sir.
I probably missed the last part that you said, but can you confirm that this presentation, along with the survey and all, will be available on the Search microsite?
Yeah, confirm that it will be, everything you see here will be available in the portal, available for the community.
Okay, a portal for the community, not portal for the board members, for the public.
You want it, are you asking me for the public or for you?
I'm asking for the public.
Yeah, how much you want to put on, we're recommending that you put it all on, but the board will make that decision on how much you want to put on.
Okay, thanks.
And I apologize for setting you up like that, but but it is indeed your decision on how much you want to put on this. Any other questions on the community input? So with that information that Karen just took you through, we put together desired characteristics for the next superintendent. And quite frankly, there is in the very first paragraph of this piece of this section, we will seek someone who's innovative, a consensus builder, an equity-centered educational leader, who is trustworthy, collaborative, and transparent. Quite frankly, we could have stopped there. But because those are the threads that sort of permeates through all of the discussions that we've had with the community members, staff members as well as the board members. So it's but we did finish the document with this, and we'll take you through those and see if there is any changes you would want to meet. Is there a theme that we didn't do that you may want to insert? I would caution against rewriting the document because there's nothing more tedious than a committee trying to write a letter. So but it'd be helpful if we miss a theme in this. There's some thoughts, and I know the board member sent to us, and it talked about a discussion between a proven track record and a commitment. When you talk to the community, both of those things were in place. There was not one or the other. So we tried to capture that thought. It is in what we had. We tried to balance the challenges with the opportunities and make it. This is challenging, but if you got the fire in the belly and the skill set, you can do great things here. So we tried to maintain that balance. It wasn't our job to go and try to destroy the district in the public's eye. That's disaster. That's a fulfilling prophecy if we did that. So so as you read through it and as you've had a chance to look at it, those were sort of that was the theme that we tried to maintain in terms of this document. Now, this document will go everywhere. It will go on Ed Week. It'll go on the HYA webpage and our webpage. We get about 25,000 hits a month. It will be we will send it to AESA, ALAS, NAPSI, the regional places that you decided on. So it is, we want it to be a prerequisite of what you want in the next superintendent, but also not sugarcoat that it will not be an easy job. It's not Scarsdale. It will be challenges, but those who are up to the challenge can certainly see great rewards. So that's the overview, and you want to start?
So this is, we'll read this, but it's up there as well, and this is our draft. Yeah. Okay. So after seeking input from the Board of Education, students, teachers, parents, staff, and community members, through focus group interviews, community forums, and a stakeholder survey, the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education seeks an innovative, consensus builder, equity-centered educational leader who is trustworthy, collaborative, and transparent, and who possesses the following characteristics: an experienced educational leader who has a passion for and commitment to student achievement and will work collaboratively with the Board of Education, staff, and the community. Has a track record of successfully implementing education initiatives designed to enhance student achievement while galvanizing community-wide support. Is an innovative leader who can inspire, empower, and motivate staff to achieve lofty goals. Has clear knowledge of public education and New Jersey Department of Ed rules and regulations. Understands best practices in curriculum and instruction, and experience in collaboratively implementing systems and procedures to support necessary improvements. Recognizes the intricacies of special education services and demonstrates proven success in providing exemplary special education programs and services. Is committed to enhancing student learning and improving student outcomes. Demonstrates fiscal acumen and can responsibly manage the equitable allocation of resources, including upgrades of district facilities to align with district needs. A relationship builder who is committed to and prioritizes equity and inclusion and demonstrates an understanding of the diverse needs of students, regardless of background and abilities. is an outstanding communicator who is able to gain trust through motivation and engagement with stakeholders, fosters a professional and open environment when dealing with challenging issues, shows caring, transparency, and honesty in public forums and small group settings, values student voice, and uses a whole child approach to support the needs of all children, invests in the community by being visible, and is actively engaged in building and sustaining positive partnerships and relationships with stakeholders, a proven, unflappable leader who displays courage in the face of challenges and the ability to navigate complex situations with integrity, confidence, and empathy, is personable, politically savvy, and astute, and is also a visionary who is able to collaborate with the board, teachers, administrative teams, parents, and community members to accomplish goals, seeks input before making decisions, communicates the rationale behind each decision, and stands firm once a decision is made, supports and empowers an effective leadership team and staff. A successful candidate will have or immediately be eligible for a New Jersey School Administrator Certificate, which is just a state requirement, and be available to begin no later than July 1st, 2024. Compensation, salary in the range of $240, depending upon actual qualifications, experience, and credentials, and subject to negotiations. And that takes place at the board level after the final candidate is picked. And the benefits similar to any of the other employees, that also takes place during the negotiation period. And then we just have our website where the job is already posted, as Ed said, the desired characteristics, and usually the leadership profile summary at least is put up with that so that candidates get to see what the district's really looking for. I think that's it. Yep. Oh, and questions. Whoop.
Real questions.
Unless we want to go back.
So first, thank you. Done a lot of work, and we appreciate all the feedback you were able to get. One thing I noticed, sorry, I'm like Miss Grammar, we need to add an L in able, and
I noticed that too.
I didn't notice it till
about that,
tonight. Yeah. But anyway, I know we'll do spell check, so it's all good. So, I had a few things that I wanted to, I know I sent you my edits, but I wanted to make them publicly known just so that the board can also decide as well. I think there are just some, I didn't have a lot of suggestions, but there were certain phrases and buzzwords that I know are important to fellow board members, important to myself, and they could be important to the community as well based on the feedback that we got. So under the experienced educational leader, first bullet, I didn't want to add another bullet because I know this is already long, but if you decide to make this another bullet, so be it. But I think it's important to add somewhere that this person has experience developing long-term strategic plans. And the way I wrote it was developing long-term strategic plans that unifies the district around common goals, builds trust among stakeholders, improves community engagement, and incorporates transparency. I know you mentioned transparency already above, but I think the long-term strategic plan is so important for this district, and it will, most likely if we do it, incorporate so many different voices. And so I think that's really important. In the second bullet point, I love that it says has a track record. It's like my favorite phrase, but I think it's important that we have someone who is using research and data to inform their strategies as well. We have a data committee. I know that the board and the district has been working really hard to acquire data and then be able to use it to inform our decisions. And so someone that has those qualities from a track record standpoint, I think would be great, especially when it comes to closing the achievement gap. I didn't see closing achievement gap in here, and I think that having that somewhere is really important, so I was putting it in the second bullet. So using research and data that will inform strategies to successfully implement education initiatives designed to close achievement gaps in primary and secondary schools. And then in the third bullet, I think including a results-driven leader who can inspire, empower, and motivate staff to achieve lofty goals while keeping morale high and staff turnover low. Maybe that's too specific, but because we received feedback from the community about teachers, I think it's important to incorporate that we have an expectation that this leader is going to be working towards that with our staff and teachers. And then also in the seventh bullet, Including students of diverse socioeconomic levels, I think is important. It was mentioned in our survey feedback, and we have such a diverse socioeconomic population. It's very unique to South Orange and Maplewood. And so maybe that's more of a commitment and not a track record because it's so unique to our community, so I'll let that one go. And then lastly, under a relationship builder, I think if we could include track record there, that would be great in the first bullet. Otherwise, commitment would be fine when it comes to prioritizing equity and inclusion. And then also staying connected to the caregiver and student community to understand and improve the diverse needs of students from all backgrounds. We want someone who is able to do that and who is proactive with doing it and not reactive. So those were my suggestions. I haven't thought of any new ones, but I still stand by those. Thank you. Actually, I had one quick question. The advertisements that you're going to be placing, do we get to see those in advance? You're placing ads, you said, right? Like in publications, or are you placing ads? I thought I heard you say you were placing ads.
Did you,
Advertisements.
in Ed Week?
Yeah, exactly. Do we get to see those ads in advance?
Yes, you did. And the initial ones are already on the online piece of it, very pro forma ads. When you saw the posting from, that was really a derivative of the posting that was done
okay.
last year.
Okay.
So, but we'll be happy to show those to you, or if you look at Ed Week, you may
Yeah, that'd be
see-
great. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a, I don't think there'll be any significant changes based on what's there. Yes, Bill?
Could you just describe for a moment here, I think you may have before, but just a little bit more focused, the way that you use this, the desired superintendent characteristics document, now that you have these bullet points, and maybe tie it in with that, what you go into with the recruiting specifically. We know we have the ads, kind of the passive approach. What is the active outreach looking like right now?
Yeah. Bill, what happens with the desired characteristics is when they look at the district and look at this, there's a section on the website here as well as with HYA, this document will be there. And it's the first test that that will create interest. They either believe that they have those qualifications, can meet the challenge, and they're in the running. And from there, they typically call us, and if they meet the CLIP level, we'll talk to them, and specifically, they will ask questions about specific parts of it, and we go into some of the details and the nuances of each of those items, or wherever they have items, and we check their backgrounds against this document, against this desired characteristics. If, for instance, there may be a great airplane pilot, and I don't want to pick on airplane pilots, but it has no relevancy or no connection to being the superintendent and what you're looking for in the superintendent. So it could have all the other kinds of credentials, but would not pass the test. So it becomes a litmus test, both for interest, evaluation, and final decision point of who you actually select. It becomes a holy grail, because so when you ask me, why did we pick this person versus that person, we should be able to go back to the document. And when the community asks you the same question, you should be able to go back to this document.
And with regard to the recruitment piece, how is that outreach? Kind of, what are the mechanics looking like? Is this based on kind of a list of folks you know of, or?
Do we have a list of folks? No. Right now, I don't know by name, by the state. I know that we have 16 people have already applied. I know that they are, by and large, the first test for me is that they are people who are in a very good position to be competitive on first blush. I don't know any more than that because we haven't vetted them, we haven't talked to them, we haven't looked at their backgrounds, we haven't tested their body of work. So all of that is to come. So it's a journey. So the people that we bring to you meet the basics of the desired characteristics, and then we flush out other experiences. There is and there'll be some of it you will have to do when you interview the people, because what's important to you. We did not rank any one piece of the business. Repairing the buildings, for instance, is a major issue. But you're not looking for a carpenter. You're looking for someone that can manage the process and make sure that it happens on a timely basis. So does he or she have experience in doing that, in taking a project, no matter what the name of it is, and making it happen and be ensuring success with it? Because if you can manage the process, then I can pluck in anything that I want to and have a good manager manage the process to the end. That's what we're looking for, people who are great communicators, who intuitively got good management skills, can get people to galvanize around common goals. And a lot of folks, people in the district, talked about that and bridging those gaps that are there. Everyone was on their best behavior. We didn't see a lot of those gaps, but they told us about them. So there's it was gaps between the board and the community, the groups inside of the district to outside. There were discussions of issues between the communication between teachers and building principals and the central office and the board. We started off with a word of the person is going to have to be a unifier, and bring all those people, everybody in the district, into one accord. And I don't know how you write all of that, but we need to know that, and we need to be the ones held accountable to bring you people who can do those things.
Ed and Karen, thank you so much. I know you've put in a lot of time in this, especially in the engagement portion of it, which I know that I'm only going to speak individually, but as a board collectively, we expressed how important that is. I think just in the interest of time, I don't, maybe we can do a follow-up, but I think I'm still unclear with Will's question on there's passive recruitment, and then I'm not really sure I heard what are you doing proactively with the desired traits. I know we still have a lot of folks here who have waited very patiently, so I think in the interest of time, maybe we could just schedule
Regina,
another meeting.
That's an important point, if I could, excuse me for interrupting you, because I missed the essence of Bill's question. If there are only two kinds of recruitment, there are people who come in passively or active, really, and the passive ones are the ones who typically wait for someone to tap them on the shoulder and say, this is a great opportunity, you should come in. The active ones are the ones who are applying for every position that comes open. So there are only two types of recruiting. We probably place about 50% of the people that we place come through passive recruiting. we will go out and with this document, with all the information we have about the district, and talk about the people they're comfortable in their position, they're doing a great job, their families are comfortable, they know they're going to move in the next couple of years or so, and we talk to them about accelerating that movement before that, and to start to think about the process. Sometimes it resonates, sometimes it doesn't, but about half the time of that 1,600 folks we showed you earlier in the place, about half of them came from referrals of people who were not actively looking for a position. So if I understood your question, if I got it right this time, we use this document when we talk to people who are in the passive part of the recruiting part.
Thank you.
All right, I think in the interest of time, we'll just wrap that up. I want to thank you again for coming on and presenting us the characteristic profile.
Thank you. And again, we appreciate your support, Mr. President. We will wait for your next instructions. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
Next, I'll read the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools. If the superintendent of schools is satisfied with the matter, that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. The next we'll have our hearings of individuals and delegations. How many do we have? Sorry, how many numbers? Just count. Well, how many? I'll start reading. All right. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the Board at tonight's meeting. We value public's involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within that time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform the future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. Okay. All right, so I'll first ask, do we have any students? We'd like to have them speak first.
So you want to like all of these are students, the second one, put up by Chinese book.
Yeah. Can I have Gwyneth Brown?
Can I begin? Or do you need the timer?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gwyneth Brown. I'm a junior and an extremely proud member of the Special Dance Company. When I moved here in 4th grade, I attended my first CHS play. Being young, I'm sure I did not appreciate just how incredible it was, but my parents certainly did. Over the years, I recall countless conversations with neighbors and family members about just how incredible the arts programs at CHS were. It is known the district heavily associates themselves with having pride in the arts. This feels misleading. It implies the district gives support to the extent of which the arts give our district a positive reputation. To me, it seems the district only benefits from the dedication of students, parents, community members, and teachers to the arts. But when it comes time for the district, in turn, to dedicate itself and really value and prioritize what it says it does, What is done? If the district gave the arts the full capacity of attention, care, and resources they deserve, the auditorium would never have been neglected to the extent of which it was. The stage needs to be fixed for the spring. CHS is undoubtedly struggling, and the events that use the stage will be able to repair some of what has been destroyed this year as far as our CHS community. Yet what I feel is being brushed over is how this happened. Why were administrators having meetings prioritizing library spaces I've not heard a single student say they wanted, while students were working on a stage not up to legal code? Why were students working on stage one day and forbidden to go near it the next? No person is permitted to step on stage currently. That is how dangerous it is. Let this situation be a lesson. If the district's neglect continues, what will be left? Mismanagement will have officially destroyed practically every last good thing about Columbia. So the stage must be fixed for the spring, not only because it is the right thing to do, but it is because what we deserve. It is what we deserve after what we have given to this district and to this community. After all, we are the ones who work and sacrifice so much. Is a functioning auditorium too much to ask for? I believe we are owed that much. Thank you.
Next, we have Leah Glass.
Hi, my name is Leah Glass. And I'm Simone McCreer. And we're both members of the CHS Musical as well as the Special Dance Company captains. Before we speak about how this pertains to special dance, we want to acknowledge that the stage being broken is a school-wide issue. We have spent the last 2 days reaching out to over 10 different programs affected, some of which are present tonight while others were not able to make it. After speaking to all of them, it is evident that there is an overall feeling of neglect and hardship that this situation has caused. STEP, Aspiring Leaders of Tomorrow, Stage Crew, Band, Orchestra, the Multicultural Club, Student Council, Hall of Fame, the musical, and special dance have all been displaced. This is a school-wide issue.
Alongside Mr. Mano and our co-captain Lily Penborough, we are currently searching for another space to put on the special dance show. We have reached out to multiple other venues and none of them are able to provide us with the necessary conditions. Every year leading up to the show, we have 3 to 8 p.m. tech rehearsals over the course of 2 weeks. This time is vital to the safety and quality of our production. We work hand in hand with the CHS stage crew to set, clean, and tech 20+ pieces on stage. No out-of-district option has provided us with more than 2 tech days or has permitted our student stage crew to be involved in the process. In addition, a majority of our audience are MAPSO locals. Moving our show out of the district would not only hurt our ticket sales, but it would deny members of our community the opportunity to see dance live and on stage. We have contacted SOMS and MMS in an attempt to keep our show in the district, but they claim the risers on their stages cannot be moved during our tech weeks. Because of this, we would only have 1 day to tech. On top of this, there are many aspects of those spaces that are not functional, do not work, and would not allow the additional lighting we need. Given this, the only adequate space for our show to take place is at CHS.
We understand that the stage breaking was out of everyone's control, but what is in your control is what you do about it. Special dance is one of the most well-known and respected programs at CHS. It is one of the only programs that the entire school is invested in. We ask that you look into every possible solution and work together with the members of the community who have already come forward willing to help to find a way to support the arts. Thank you.
Next, we have Tessa Lipkin. Tessa Lipkin.
Hello, I'm Tessa Lipkin, and I'm one of the leaders of the CHS stage crew. I'd first like to thank the administration of both CHS, MMS, and the support of the board for providing us with a space to do our show this year. Everyone involved, including the crew, is immensely grateful. However, the relocation and subsequent chaos of the show this year is something none of us want to experience ever again. It has put an unprecedented strain on both our resources and the crew members themselves. As you all spoke tonight, the entire crew was at MMS trying to build and light a show in less time than ever before. And while I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak for crew here tonight, I truly wish I didn't have to be here. I should have been at MMS, where some crew members had been working against time and pouring their hearts into the show to make it the best they can for over 5 hours. But the issues with our fly system are too big to ignore. As a crew, we know we play an important role in the production process. We run tech, not only for the musical and special dance, but also every other group that is speaking here tonight. It's cliche to say, but there wouldn't be a show without us. However, there also isn't a show without a functioning stage, which requires the fly system. The preservation and upkeep of the auditorium facilities has been painfully overlooked, despite the presence of the arts in our community. Our school is known for the quality of our performing arts, but when you work intimately in these spaces and with these programs, you see that the success is due to the overwhelming dedication of the students. Our current space, on the other hand, is holding us back. Restoring the FLY system to not just what it used to be, but something better is in the best interests of everyone with any stake in the future of Columbia. The CHS stage crew teaches not only theater tech, but also valuable skills in basic construction. If our stage is inaccessible, every Columbia student loses access to not only the arts, but these opportunities as well. We implore the board to look into all options for our stage, but place emphasis on longevity when looking for a solution. We're no strangers to troubleshooting, but this is a much larger issue. A quick fix is necessary for spring arts programs, but we cannot stop there. It's incredibly important that there is continued focus on the long-term health of our theater. Every group that uses the auditorium, not just stage crew, deserves a space which reflects our community's claimed commitment to the arts. And on behalf of the entire CHS stage crew, I urge you to make that a reality. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Skylar Smith and Mary Grace Rumley.
Good evening, my name is Skylar Smith.
And I'm Mary Grace Rumley, and we are both seniors at CHS. In 2020, our middle school show, Mamma Mia, was canceled because of the pandemic. Fast forward 4 years, we were doing the same show, but this time we don't have a stage. Accidents happen. However, the stage being deemed unsafe to perform on is no accident. It's a product of the administration's neglect of the necessary care of our auditorium and their lack of urgency in seeking out other options to fix it. Performance groups, including the musical, the Special Dance Company, and the Shakespearean Festival, are now forced to relocate with short notice and limited available space. Why can't money that we received from allowing American Horror Stories to film on our stage be used to fix the very area they were filming at?
So you start.
However, this issue does not just pertain to the arts. There are so many other organizations, such as the Hall of Fame Committee and the Multicultural Club, that are now unable to showcase their hard work. Though the loss of the auditorium primarily impacts the CHS student body, there are so many other individuals working tirelessly behind the scenes to help us solve this dilemma. Yet, as a collective, we have received very little reassurance from administration that our concerns are being addressed. Without a principal, sufficient security, a library, and now an auditorium, it is very clear CHS is in a very vulnerable position. Without the arts, you are not only losing your largest audience, but also your biggest supporters. If you truly value student voices, it is so important that you actively look into solutions to fix the stage and prioritize this immediately. We want to graduate knowing that the future of the arts in our district will continue to flourish, and after the stage is restored, steps are taken to properly manage our performance spaces. Thank you.
Next, we have Marlo Alexander.
Good evening. My name is Marlo Alexander, and I'm a senior at CHS. It is my fourth and final year performing in the Columbia Musical and my second and final year in the Special Dance Company. The arts at CHS have impacted my life immensely and empowered me to pursue a major in musical theater and a minor in dance in the fall. I've grown up watching CHS musicals and special dance performances on the Columbia stage, each performance fueling my love of the arts. Pursuing my passion of performing on the Columbia stage has been a magical experience, and it is heartbreaking to have it taken away my senior year. I am fortunate to have had the experience to perform on the Columbia stage, as has many of our most successful alumni. It is evident that our auditorium has professional capabilities that we are now being robbed of. Professional capabilities that have inspired me to pursue a career in the arts, have inspired many before me, and may cease to foster the future of MAPSO-bred artists if there is not an immediate fix for the stage. Opening night of last year's musical was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life. The CHS stage has a magic to it, and now it is too late for the musical to perform on it. But it is not too late for special dance and countless other clubs and extracurriculars to experience the joy of the Columbia stage. The spectacle of the special dance show is unachievable anywhere else but Columbia. Stage crew's ability to create intricate lighting and production design is unachievable anywhere but Columbia. Our ability to dance safely on Marley is unachievable anywhere but Columbia. As a district who prides themselves on the arts, it is abhorrent to see the district's hypocrisy in their neglect of the auditorium. It is imperative to look into every possible solution for immediate repair. Put your money where your mouth is. The stage must be fixed. Thank you.
Next, we have Sophia Bruno.
Hi, my name is Sophia Bruno. I am a senior at CHS and it is my third year in the Special Dance Company. Special dance is not only a valued part of Columbia High School, but a valued part of the Maxwell community and beyond. People of all ages, especially young kids, come to the special dance shows to get inspired and excited to be part of the CHS community. In other words, the prestigious arts programs at Columbia is what attracts parents to put their kids into our community in the first place. Ever since I moved to South Orange, New Jersey when I was 5 years old, my parents took me to see the special dance performances every single year. I remember being starstruck by their incredible talent, and I would get chills from the loudness of the music and the vibrance of the lighting. It had been my dream to be part of the Special Dance Company ever since I was a little girl. This feeling of overwhelming inspiration in my 5-year-old mind is what I know so many other kids feel when they come to see the special dance performance. To the Board of Ed, I feel let down. We need your help to work with us to keep this program running with the same potential it has always had. It is so important to look into other ways to fix the stage because it is vital to the success, safety, and future of this program. Having the performance outside of the district does not ensure that we will have a Marley, a protective surface, and having the show outside of CHS in general will make it not as safe. Additionally, we value our crew members who make the show what it is. If our options are deferred to a venue outside the district, we wouldn't be able to utilize their hard work and skills. They're a part of the show just as much as we are. Thank you for listening, and I hope we are able to continue the legacy of the arts at CHS.
Next, we have Annie McEllen.
Hello, my name is Annie Macklin, and I'm a senior at Columbia and a member of the Special Dance Company. Being able to showcase our student choreography at its full potential is critical to us. It is a culmination of our hard work, time, and dedication. Due to the current state of the auditorium, the assemblies for our peers are likely to be canceled altogether, and the shows itself are not going to be at the same quality level because of the inadequate alternate performance spaces we have been offered. We are not the only people suffering either. There are a ton of organizations in the school that rely on the auditorium, and not being able to use it has been devastating to all of us. We are angry and upset about the way that the issue is being handled because we feel it is not being treated like a priority. The auditorium is a special place to the students and the overall community. The CHS auditorium was the place where I danced on stage for the first time as a little kid, and I know that that is true for a lot of other current students. What am I supposed to tell the 5th grader I babysat, who was so excited to be in the 5th grade for the sole reason it meant he got to watch the 5th grade special dance assembly, which is held in the auditorium annually? People being able to watch us perform is just as important as us getting to perform. The space is central to so many things, and at the very least, it needs to be patched up enough that it is functional until the end of this school year. If repairs can't be finished quickly enough for a certain program, you must find an equal replacement, with an emphasis on equal. The Special Dance Company has suffered enough this year. We no longer have access to the dance room due to construction, so we're forced to work in the Black Box Theater, which is dirty concrete flooring that poses a safety risk to us. We also have to change in the school-wide bathroom after class now that the locker room isn't available, meaning anyone can walk in. However, we make it work. We love and care for this company and its people, and we are so dedicated that we deal with the issues with a smile on our faces. We have made these accommodations for you, but we refuse to make this one. The auditorium needs to be fixed.
Next is Lydia Ryan.
Hello, I'm Lydia Ryan and I'm a senior at Columbia. It is my 4th year in the CHS musical and my 3rd year in Special Dance Company. I'm here to talk about the importance of a temporary solution for the CHS auditorium stage. We know that the board is looking into long-term fixes for the auditorium and we appreciate that so much, but right now Special Dance is without a home. And a temporary solution that would allow us to perform in May is within our sights if we just get approval and monetary support. Qualified professionals who work in tacking theater have told us that there is a solution and the board has not looked into it. In a district that prides itself on being a champion for the arts, it is deplorable that the CHS musical program is being forced to rehearse in a church hall because the school refused to look into the full breadth of solutions for the stage. It is too late to fix the stage for the musical, but it is not too late to fix it for this year's Special Dance Company, the stage crew, and the dozen other clubs that value our auditorium space. It is my last year in this unique program, and I want to have the opportunity to perform for our peers at the annual assembly, one of the highlights of the entire program. And I've had so many friends tell me that they would be incredibly disappointed if we didn't have our in-school performance, which accounts for a large chunk of our ticket sales. Without the stage, we have less people to view our art. I'm choreographing my own piece this year, and I want people to be able to see what I've worked so hard on. My art and the athletic abilities of my fellow dancers deserve to be recognized and supported monetarily. Our historic auditorium space deserves to be used by our insanely talented artistic groups. The community looks forward to our performances, and without a stage where our stage crew can reach their full capabilities and a stage that people can easily commute to, we can't give them that. Can't we spend a small fraction of the large sum of money we have budgeted for repairs on one of the most beloved programs at the school? We accommodated the film crews disrupting our tech process because we were told that our program would receive the money. Now is when we need that money the most. We have a program desperately in need of a home for our passion. Please help us do what we do best. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Leah Geiger.
Hello, my name is Leah Geiger. I'm a junior at CHS, and this is my second year in the Special Dance Company. I am here along with fellow company members and representatives of several other organizations to ask you to please consider any and all options to fix the auditorium stage as soon as possible. Special Dance works incredibly hard each year to choreograph and put on our show in May. It is an event the company, the community, and the school looks forward to each year. Special Dance and the arts in general are the spirit and pride of CHS. Students are always excited for the Special Dance show and assemblies. If the stage is not fixed this year, we can't have these assemblies or the opportunity to perform for our friends during the school day and the community in our auditorium. The show will suffer from the huge loss of tech time and the learning curve that comes with performing in a new space. The loss of our performing space is incredibly unfair to us dancers who have put in work all year long, and especially to the seniors, who will never be able to dance on the CHS stage again. Special Dance is also currently displaced from our room because of the construction in the C Wing. The district has prioritized the needs of other facilities as well. We hope you care enough about our program and stage as you care about improving the school and district in these other ways. I love Special Dance and I love to perform. Without the stage, the Special Dance show will not be the community event we know and love, and I and all other dancers will not be given the opportunity to perform to our fullest. If the district says it prides itself on its arts programs, yet at the same time refuses to fund or explore all options to fix the stage and support the arts, it does not truly value the arts. Please prioritize our stage and give the students the space to perform in their own school this spring. Thank you.
Next, we have Alyssa Lewers.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Lewers. I'm a senior at Columbia High School and a member of both the Special Dance Company and Aspiring Leaders of Tomorrow. The stage is inaccessible, but we still have a show to put on. Based on the current conditions of the Special Dance Company, as well as other performing arts organizations at Columbia High School, it's increasingly clear what little thought the school and the Board of Education puts into the youth arts programs in our community, despite the hard work that we put into our performances year-round. I'm a member of Aspiring Leaders of Tomorrow, a club consisting of and celebrating people of color at CHS. We host our end-of-the-year banquet every June that celebrates the achievements of our club members. We put in a lot of work and a lot of money into this event. Ms. Banner, our club advisor, has been asking for club funding. Despite recently receiving a grant for the first time in 8 years from Achieve, the banquet is how we get most of our funding. To have that taken away is an impediment to our club. We are currently trying to find an alternate solution, just as the numerous other clubs who use our high school stage are. I used to be the CHS Multicultural Club president during my freshman and sophomore year. On behalf of the current CHS Multicultural Club president, Kadeen Edwards, she says, quote, "Our multicultural night is a vibrant showcase that embodies cultural diversity within our school at the end of the year. Additionally, our club pays tribute to the rich heritage of the African American community for our Black History Month performance. This year, however, we have been unable to stage our performance due to the auditorium's closure. Despite these challenges, I remain hopeful that we can find alternative ways to celebrate and honor our diverse cultural heritage," end quote. She wants to thank you for your attention and support. On the last day of Black History Month, I'm standing before you to notice the clubs that provide spaces for people of color in the school to feel celebrated and heard. Notice the groups that dedicate hours into putting on a show to express themselves on the CHS stage. We need you to provide a solution. The show must go on. Thank you.
Next, we have Sadie Howell.
Hi, my name is Sadie Howell. I'm a sophomore in special dance and the musical, but today I will be speaking on behalf of the Shakespeare Festival. The stage is vital for the Shakespeare Festival as it uses it all day for the performances. The festival is a chance to bring together the entire school and get students to interact with and respond to the material along with their education. Without the stage, this can't happen. We've tried coming up with alternatives, but the administration has rejected each one. The gyms interfere with PE classes, Britzer has construction, and the black box is too small. So it comes down to this. No stage means no Shakespeare Festival, which means no students enjoying literature as a community. We second the request of the CHS stage crew, as well as all of the other great groups that utilize the stage, and urge you to find a solution. Thank you.
Next, we have Asa Glassman.
Hi, my name is Asa Glassman, and I'm speaking on behalf of 2 CHS programs affected by the stage that cannot be here tonight, from the STEP team. The Infinite STEP team has been around for over a decade as a part of the CHS MLK Association. We use the auditorium for several performances and competitions, most notably needed for our upcoming April 20th Infinite and Beyond competition, which is not only our primary fundraiser, but the highlight of the year for our team. We've been working hard to organize this event, and it would be extremely devastating to have to cancel this competition and other end-of-year performances, especially to our seniors who hope to have one last competition memory from Student Council. The stage is a crucial space for Columbia's most beloved events, including the Hall of Fame ceremony, where we honor CHS alumni and allow the whole student body to learn more about their predecessors, and the annual School in Action Night, where performances by our talented students introduce the incoming freshman class to everything CHS has to offer. The inaccessibility of the stage has infringed both of these events tremendously. Student Council is working tirelessly to ensure that the events can still be enjoyed by the students, but not having access to the stage takes away from what makes these days special. The band had to relocate both of their concerts to Psalms, which has put them at a disadvantage, and the Multicultural Club, run by Ms. Kayo, will potentially have to cancel their show altogether. The stage of being inaccessible is not something that can just be brushed off. It must be addressed.
Next, we have Haley Kempfer.
Hi, my name is Haley Kampner. I am a senior, and I'm here to advocate for the orchestra program. Throughout my 4 years at Columbia, I've been involved in orchestra, choir, Shakespeare, and theater. All of these programs require the stage. The stage and auditorium are integral parts of the arts program at Columbia, one of the largest examples being the Columbia High School Orchestra program, which utilizes the stage for performances, rehearsals, and master classes with professional musicians. The orchestra program is too large to use any other space without excluding a significant number of students. Additionally, the program is expected to double in the next year, and further neglecting the repair of the auditorium would severely hinder the program. The other arts at our schools are equally affected by this. Concerts, rehearsals, and other events, like interactive programs with the middle school, which is an extremely important resource for the transition from middle to high school, all require the stage to be in service. The district must look into immediate fixes. Thank you.
Next, we have Melanie Geiger.
Hi, Melanie from Maplewood, and first I'd like to thank all the students who have done such a great job advocating and for themselves and for their community. Now that the spring athletic season is upon us, I'm here again to discuss the amount of classroom instruction that athletes are required to miss to attend their away games. As anticipated, the baseball team specifically has 10 away games in 7 weeks. It is estimated, when you're thinking about all the baseball players, that 530 class periods, or approximately 24,000 minutes of instruction, will be lost so students can attend their away game, and that is one sport. You also need to account for softball, boys and girls lacrosse, boys tennis, and boys and girls track. Hundreds of thousands of instruction time are lost because of how the district chose to design the CHS schedule. I have with me the December 11th CNI committee meeting agendas, which reflect that Ms. Bodnar, Mr. Portofino, and Mr. Ford discussed this issue and identified that the sports teams are using the same buses as we use for elementary schools. The note goes on to say that the community would be updated on the situation. I'm hoping that there has been some progress made to figure out transportation for these students so they do not need to miss so much instruction time. CHS students now are in the process of registering for next year's courses. I'm hoping that there's been discussions about what next year's CHS schedule will look like. As you heard in the fall, the schedule and needing to miss 9th period class to attend games influenced students' decision as to what courses to take, with students reporting that they opted to drop down in level, knowing that they would need to miss so much class. As the district is deciding on what the CHS schedule will look like next year and hopefully that decision will be communicated very soon, I want to share with you my student's experience with first period conferring that happened this morning. He forwarded an email to me after he was at school from his teacher, and the teacher had said that she would not be a conferring because she had car trouble. Stuff like this happens. I appreciate the teacher communicating to her students, but you have students who receive this message after they are at school, planning on getting help from the teacher.
Your time is up, sorry.
Okay, I'll just add that this happens all the time, and that conferring first period just does not work. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Solomon.
Those kids advocating for their stage is a very tough act to follow. I wish you all the best, guys. You did a really good job. I'm here for a very different reason. This morning, very early this morning, my son Gabriel represented the district at the New Jersey State Bowling Championships. And while he didn't medal, I think he acquitted himself honorably. And so I've come just because I wanted to personally thank Dr. Gilbert and the board, Ms. Sackett Gable, for your lovely message of encouragement. Thank you so much for intervening and making that possible. It was very meaningful to him, and it also inspired me to bring to you some research I've been doing since the last time I came here to speak, because I've been asking to see if we could get a bowling team, both the boys and girls bowling team for the school here. I've spoken to a couple of athletic directors to corroborate the budgets that I've seen, and I've determined that for less than $7,000 each, we could field 2 full teams. And why do I think that's such a big deal? Not just because my son is a bowler, but because I have been absolutely moved by what a diverse and inclusive community exists among bowling athletes. It's really something else. It's really something to behold. There are kids of every background, every economic background, every ethnic background, every shape, every size. Nothing, no particular physical attribute is required to participate in the sport. And there's a level of sportsmanship that my son's played several sports. I've never seen anything quite like it. And I think it would be an excellent addition to this school. I would urge you to consider it. I will share with you under separate cover, as they say, what those budget numbers are so you can evaluate them properly. And so in my remaining 10 seconds, I just wanted to reiterate my thanks to you. It was very meaningful. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Matt Glass. Sorry for skipping over you. Sorry for skipping you. You were like before all the students.
Don't worry about it. It's the first time I was early for anything in my entire life. So I'm Matt Glass. I've lived in South Orange for 18 years. My wife Jen and I are parents of Jess, class of 24, and Leah, class of 20. I've been involved in these 2 towns and lots of stuff over the years, and I never felt compelled to come to this meeting, except for now. And that's because of the stage. So I'm going to bring it back to the stage, and absolutely, I'm so proud of all of them learning about advocating for themselves. And you don't need me to tell you how important that stage is to that building, to this community. What I want to talk to you about is what we're going to do. This is absolutely a self-inflicted wound. We got through COVID. COVID was not our fault. I've been advocating since 2015 for someone to oversee that theater. And I've been working with other parents in the district to celebrate the best thing that we do. This is the best thing that we do. But I don't want to talk about what happened. I want to talk about what's going to happen. And you've heard all of them say it has to be fixed. I'm in production. I'm not a rigger. But there are parents out there, some who are watching tonight, who work in this industry and who are leaders in this industry and who know a lot about what's going on at CHS. There is a way to fix this in a shorter amount of time, but to do that, it's going to take some bravery, and it's going to take actually treating it like an emergency, not going through maybe an existing protocol or contract. It's going to take somebody, hopefully volunteers and professional staff, to step up and say, let's get together, let's use the parent resources we have in this community who know what's going on and how to fix it, and let's at least try. I can't guarantee you that we have the money or we have the time to do it in time, but I can guarantee you that doing nothing is not acceptable. There is a chance for us to fix this, for Special Dance and every other kid who came here to plead with you, and I'm pleading with you, let us help you, let's do something to try to fix this before another season is lost, and then we'll talk about the long term of how to fix it for good. Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Conrad.
I'm here to ask you to please sever turfing Ritzer Field from this bond ask. It is clear you can have no idea what this project could cost. As you've just been hearing, this district has so many needs, none more urgent than fixing this stage, in my opinion. You just spent double the amount originally allocated to replace plastic turf at Underhill. With Ritzer, you don't even know if and where you can build because it's the DEP who determines wetland status and permit requirements. We can also see that the plans and budget do not reflect the cost of controlling groundwater, which destabilizes the turf field base in which we expect at this location, and the cost of detention structures in order to manage the 100-year, 11-inch rainstorms that will be required under state and local stormwater regulations. As a reminder, supporting girls' athletics does not require plastic turf. Having good playing fields does not require plastic turf. It does not require cutting down trees, moving streams, fencing the field like a fortress, or spending millions when Columbia High School doesn't even have a functional elevator or a functional auditorium. All it requires is a commitment from the district to dedicate a fraction of what plastic turf would cost to natural grass maintenance. Thank you.
Next, we have Tiara Knox.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tiara Knox, and I'm a proud alumni of Columbia High School class of 2013, where I graduated as special dance captain, and I returned as a student teacher my senior year of college in 2017 when I was studying to get my degree in dance education. So I've spent over 10 years involved with teaching and supporting the Special Dance Company at Columbia High School. And before proceeding with my planned comments, I first want to acknowledge the student remarks and express that it is absolutely heartbreaking that the students don't have proper rehearsal or performance facilities. But I'm here to speak in support of the teacher of special dance. The instructor has been a dedicated teacher at Columbia High School for over 20 years and has worked extremely hard to build the Special Dance Company and ensure a meaningful experience for everyone involved. Every single year, there are countless alumni that have come back to teach, perform, and support the company in a variety of different ways, and that serves as a testament to the outstanding work that the instructor has done to build a healthy and positive community In fact, many alumni, including myself, have gone on to pursue successful careers in performing arts because of the foundation and training that we received in the Special Dance Company. As a current educator who also directs a high school dance company, I know firsthand how difficult it is to establish and grow a high school dance company, especially one that is as distinguished and notable as the Special Dance Company. And I even have more appreciation for our teacher now than ever before. And I can truly say that my life would not be the same had it not been for Special Dance and the love, encouragement, and training from the outstanding leader of the Special Dance Company. Special Dance is and has always been a safe space where we are nurtured, cared for, challenged artistically, and groomed for greatness. And we have an outstanding teacher that loves all of us. I want to thank all of you so much for your time, and I look forward to continuing to support the Special Dance Company under its current leadership.
Next, we have Dondrea Taylor-Stewart.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dondrea Taylor-Stewart, and I'm a proud graduate of CHS in 2016 and former co-captain of the Special Dance Company. Special Dance and its director have been integral parts of my life since I was just 10 years old, following in the footsteps of my brother, who also graduated as co-captain in 2012. It's heartbreaking to address the accusations surrounding something and someone who is so dear to me, but I'm here to illuminate what Special Dance truly represents and the exceptional character of its director. To start, Special Dance is a family. We want to be together always. It's what solidifies our lifelong bonds and friendships, and like all families, we have our ups and downs, but the love always remains intact between each member and our director. It's important to clarify that Special Dance is a student choreographed company, allowing us to run our own company with constructive guidance from our director. The quality of our shows speaks volumes, nearing professional standards and producing record-breaking artists like SZA. But achieving this requires mandatory outside rehearsals. There is simply not enough time dedicated in the school day for Special Dance in order for that kind of art to be produced. I first witnessed this at the age of 10 when I got to tag along to my brother's SD rehearsals since he had to babysit me. Practices always take place outside of school, just like any other sport. But with SD, you learn full autonomy and hustle by arranging the time and location of your practice. Whether it was someone's church, basement, or dance studio, it was up to each student choreographer to find the time and space to bring their piece to life. This same hustle informs me and my brother's creativity to this day. If you have a vision, it is your complete responsibility to bring it to life. I watched each practice as creative ideas were exchanged and built upon, ultimately ensuring that the goal of practice was met. Being at those rehearsals is what inspired me to become a choreographer and had me excited to get to high school and audition to be a part of that family. Once I became a member of SD, my SD cohort shared the same enthusiasm for rehearsal. We embraced our responsibility of representing our company and our show, striving to impress our classmates and our loved ones. I'll send the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ari Casella.
Good evening. Esteemed dear members of the Board of Ed, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed plan to turf Ritzer Field. The project restricts access to the field for the whole of the student body and the general community. This, along with potential health hazards from PFAs, make turfing Ritzer Field an unsound proposal for taxpayers to bear. First, inflation and supply chain issues have driven up the cost of turf's Ritzer. Turf's limited lifespan, approximately 8 to 10 years, requires it to be replaced and repurchased. Durability is not a given, as evidenced by last August's ruling by a federal judge in New Jersey to have multiple municipalities proceed with a class action suit against a turf provider for allegedly selling faulty fields. Disposal, which I did not see itemized in the turf versus grass comparison, and turf replacement mean hundreds of thousands of dollars more in cost and more disruption in a few short years. However, potentially more costly is the presence of PFAs, which are widely used during the molding and extrusion manufacturing process of artificial turf, and can also be found in recycled material used to make turf. PFAs are a class of man-made forever chemical contaminants banned in many products, and it is common knowledge that they adversely alter immune and thyroid function, cause liver disease, lipid and insulin dysregulation, and a host of developmental and reproductive issues. PFAS can be released into the water system, the air, and through general contact with the turf material, and in turn be absorbed by our bodies. Our neighbors in Ridgewood and Livingston, New Jersey, are dealing with drinking water contaminated by PFAS. This potentially hidden cost is too high for all our students in our community to chance. Next, the proposed construction replaces nearly all Ritzer's grass field with artificial turf. This vast amount of plastic will be walled off and various 6 to 10 chain link fences around its perimeter. The Valley Street and Hickson Place sidelines will have backstop netting as high as 35 feet and
Thank
large.
you, Ari. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Macy Conrad Poor.
I cede my time to her. Is that possible? No?
Then just
Okay.
start right here.
Well, then I read her letter. Okay.
Just start.
Okay, sidelines will have backstop netting as high as 35 feet, and large lampposts will replace the existing bank of trees facing Valley. There will be only 3 or 4 small entrances to this quasi-sports complex. The side most adjacent to the school will have only one minor entrance, and the interior of the field will at times be fitted with portable fences to further seal off spaces. This limited access effectively eliminates any non-turf activity. Presently, students use Ritzer Field to stretch their legs during lunch or to find respite from the indoors. That will all disappear. Students congregate here during fire drills and hold the club fair there. That will be gone. The track team, the CHS's largest athletic team, held its awards ceremony at Ritzer when the cafeteria was unavailable and the gym too hot. Their lawn chairs and tables of food will not be allowed on plastic turf. Project Adventure, the CHS ropes course used by the whole student body, will be dismantled, reconfigured, and repurchased. How will that work with all the fencing? More money and less access. Also, regular flat-soled shoes degrade turf. Turf requires turf shoes with small, rounded studs on the soles to avoid slipping and injury. This best practice should not be avoided, or it could open the district to potential lawsuits if someone is injured. Likely, this will restrict marching band as they use regular sneakers. Cross country does not run in turf shoes, nor will the regular CHS gym classes be using them. So again, restricted access. A turf field is only for turf-sanctioned activities. This proposal simultaneously cords in large amounts of students within its fencing and few and far between exits. What are the risks here? And it also effectively prevents access to a majority of students not directly involved in the turf sport. My remaining seconds, I will just say, please reject turfing Ritzer Field and let's fix the auditorium instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deandra Allen.
Hi, so I'm Deandra, and I am a 2015 alum of the Special Dance Company. I didn't necessarily come prepared for any beautiful string of words, but I am here in support of the special dance teacher and director. And one thing I can say is she taught me love, passion, and grit. I think it's so important for the dancers and for myself that coming away from it, that we're taught what it's actually like in real life. What it means to love something, what it means to push yourself and push yourself in a way that you are improving and not just saying what is needed to be heard. Because out there in the real world, it is very different from this bubble of a community. And if we really want to prepare our kids and the people of this community, we need to be real in a sense of what it means to be you and then how you view yourself outside of this. And so I think it's really, really important that I've shared my experience and this beautiful experience of what it means to dance, what it means to love, and what it means to push yourself. And those are the 3 things that I've taken away, and I still use that to this day. I am a very busy professional woman in the world of finance, so I've had to take that with me. And so I just want to say, in support of her, I love her, and I love the company because it creates a very safe space for a lot of students. And so I hope that we can see that. Thank you.
Next, we have Naiji Pai, or Pei. Okay. Kyla Williams. All right. Jen Spiegler.
Hi, all. Thank you. I'm Jen Spiegler from Maplewood. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for your listening tours. I'm speaking today as a stage crew parent and member of Chismipa. I truly hope that you heard the remarks from Tessa. She spoke on behalf of the stage crew. I have no more words to add than what she spoke eloquently. They are tirelessly working. They started stage crew, these kids, in elementary school in this district, and they have learned and grown from everything that they were empowered to do with all the parent volunteers and the instructors. It is abysmal that you are not fixing this stage to keep these kids growing with their passion. The stage, the theater, everything that they have learned since they started here is not functioning. We just got an email from someone who is working with them and said the students are dedicated, passionate, tired, exhausted, and simply fired up about the situation. Please listen to the students of this district. As a member of Chismipa, we have learned from the teachers in the district that they have learned to go to Facebook Marketplace to fund what they need for the school district. Chismipa is here to serve them pizza and other things. They are not here to serve, as my understanding, to provide tools that they need to learn from. So if that is not true, then we need to be informed about that, but they have been told by the supervisor to go to Facebook Marketplace to fund. I also just want to address that one of my students, one of my children, has been in the school for the past 2 months with 2 classes without any teacher, a sub for 2 classes for 2 months. I also just wanted to quickly address the safety issue. Thank you for your remarks, but I think some more information needs to be looked at because the students have come home from school and are talking that there have still been people in the school that shouldn't be there. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing here, and please, I implore you to listen to your students. And what Matt said, the parents are all here to help, and we want to help. Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Kerner.
All right. My name is Leslie Kerner, and I'm a South Orange resident. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Sarah Iozio as the co-presidents of the Columbia HSA. We'd like to address the state of the building and the associated safety and communication concerns. One of the values that you, as the board, bring to our district is the ability to share multiple perspectives about how to solve problems creatively, and we ask that you do that now and to help guide the district to a solution that best serves our students and families. The most public and probably most current issue with the school is the stage being unusable. You've heard a lot about it tonight. We'd like to thank Dr. Gilbert and his team, Ms. Granau and her team, and of course the amazing Mamma Mia production team for their collaboration in finding a solution that we hope will work for the CHS musical, although we're still waiting to hear whether the requirements can be met. But while the musical may be the next and most visible event to happen on the stage, as you've heard tonight, there are dozens of additional performances, events scheduled for this spring that will require the use of the stage. We owe it to our CHS performing artists and other students to not have their shows and events canceled or moved out of town to locations where families, friends, and other students may not have access to attend these performances. We encourage you to seek other estimates about interim solutions that could make the stage safe and usable, even in advance of the full fix that we know needs to happen. We know it's tempting to see the current $200,000 estimate as a barrier to any immediate action, but we're begging you to be creative and seek alternative estimates and affordable solutions so that our kids can perform in front of their peers, in front of their communities and families, and even more importantly, that our student body is not deprived of the enriching performances that they are able to see on their own school stage. As a side note, we've heard from professionals in the community that have access to the stage that there are, in fact, less expensive options that can make the stage safe. I have other safety and communications issues. I'll email them to you because I'm going to run out of time. But in summary, we owe it to our students to make them feel safe and cared for. I know you know that the state of our building and lack of response to pressing issues is something students have come to expect, but without a permanent principal, there's no one advocating for them directly. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Next, we have Calvin Jones.
Hello, I'm Calvin Jones. My wife and I moved to South Orange during the pandemic and share a home about 4 blocks from here with our daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter, who's now a second grader at Marshall School. We're probably atypical for retirees in the community since we moved here from the south instead of going in the other direction. We lived for 30 years in Mobile, Alabama, where our children went through public schools. And during that time, there were frequent tax referenda to raise money for the schools. There was a lot of opposition among many of the voters, but we always had signs in our yard and spoke in favor of the increases because we believe in the importance of public education. And although our property taxes here are many times higher than they were there, we don't object because we've been pleased at how good the teachers, curricula, and in many cases the facilities are in the system here, and we're happy to be a part of this community. In other words, we're pleased when the money is wisely spent, but we do object when expending public money for a purpose which causes more detriment than benefit is carried out. And I think the proposal to install turf at Ritzer Field would fall into that category. Previous speakers have given details about how exactly that would be harmful, and I would just say that economically, there's the high cost of installation for an artificial and potentially toxic material, as well as the cost to maintain and replace it. Environmentally, putting an impermeable surface over a wetland area and increasing the likelihood of flooding in the river, which has already flooded several times since we've been there. And also the well-being of the student body who would be closed off in various other areas. So I hope you'll consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Annetta Hanna.
Hi, my name is Annetta Hanna, and I live at 53 Hickson Place. Directly in front of my house is Ritzer Field, which means that what happens at CHS has a tremendous impact on my life. I also lived in the College Hill neighborhood from 2003 to 2013. So after almost 20 years of living here as the mother of 2 children who went from Seth Boyden to MMS to CHS, I'm very attached to our schools. That's why the thought that the district is acting with what seems to be a lack of accountability and transparency is so disturbing to me. This lack of transparency around the finances for our long-term facilities plans is disturbing. The lack of due diligence around the New Jersey DEP requirements for major improvements is also disturbing. The lack of accountability to local residents, taxpayers, and stakeholders is deeply disturbing, which means that the plan to cover Ritzer with turf is disturbing to me, and it really raises questions about what the district doesn't know or what it doesn't want us to know. And these questions are not going to go away. That's why the only responsible decision for the district to make is to press pause on the current plan, sever Ritzer from the larger facilities budget, and respond to these questions with the transparency and accountability that I know you believe in. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Shorter.
Hi, I'm Eric Shorter, as you just said, and I thought I was coming here because I was angry, but I realized it's not anger, it's confusion. Given everything we know, world leaders, top scientists, racing to mitigate the environmental degradation on our planet, here we sit in our community prepared to rip out the natural grass that sits right outside our building and replace it with garbage. And I do mean it's garbage. I've heard the financial plans and people talking about disposal this and disposal that. There's no disposal. It's landfill. And it's toxic. And I'm confused as to why people that I respect and think are intelligent would consider such a degradation to our planet to rip out 3 acres of natural grass, irreplaceable soil, to put in something where nothing lives. No birds, no bees, no squirrels, no rabbits, no butterflies, no ladybugs, and no children that live right outside this door on Beach Street, 3 years old, 4 years old, doing somersaults on a sunny day in the grass. Now, the argument for the sports community, fine, I hear that. But you do not have to replace the field with garbage when we can fix the grass. Now, given what's going on at the theater, the elevators, and all the other stuff, I don't have much hope that you will maintain an artificial turf field properly, and the replacement will be costly. Just ask Ridgewood, Dwight Morrow, my time's up, sever it.
Next, we have Joshua Bradley.
Hi, my name is Joshua Bradley. I graduated 2020, and I'm a proud alumni of the Special Dance Company. And since graduating, I've contributed as one of the Special Dance Alumni Managers, and I plan to again this year under the current management. So the Special Dance Company has positively impacted the lives of many under its current artistic director. And the Special Dance Company teacher provides a safe space of quality dance education in a multitude of genres and techniques. The special dance teacher has long prepared students for careers in dance, and it's under the direction of the special dance teacher that the Special Dance Company has been able to collaborate with one of New Jersey's premier dance companies, Nimbus Dance. Under her direction, the work of company members has been featured by Dance New Jersey and performed at Montclair State University. It was also under the special dance teacher's direction that the Alvin Ailey Dance Residency was made possible. The special dance teacher has always been a champion of dance in our community, providing opportunities for student dancers who would have been overlooked due to lack of resources. The special dance teacher is not just a teacher or an artistic director. She acts as a coach, advocate, and surrogate mother to many. During my time at CHS, the dance room was my safe space, and I ventured to the dance room during any free period to learn and hone my craft. My experience in the company under the direction of the special dance director is one that shaped me into the multifaceted artist that I am today. Thank you.
Next, we have Rocio Lopez. Next, we have Jessica Miller.
Thank you for having me this evening. I thought it was interesting that there was a budget or the audit presentation. I think everybody should actually check that out, because one of the figures I thought was rather interesting is the debt load that our district currently carries is $172 million. And this board is asking for $30 million more to be bonded with very little accountability and explanation. I'm a resident of Hickson Place, and I have serious concerns about the plan for Ritzer Field. This plan creates 3 acres of new impervious surface and sends all of the runoff into the already overburdened Valley Street stormwater pipe. New Jersey stormwater and inland flooding regulations are required for a development of this size. When Westfield learned this lesson, it added $2 million to their project. So either this project will be built according to these plans and send all of the runoff into the local area and downstream Maplewood, or it will cost a greater amount of money. It feels risky to assume that there is no evidence of wetlands. without first confirming through the LOI process with the DEP. The school administration shows that they only began inquiring about this on January 24th when they were alerted by the public. The dismissal of this designation feels almost too cute by half. If this was a private development, this would appear in front of a planning board where the public could ask questions and town professionals could review lighting plans, parking plans, stormwater plans, and environmental impact statements to assure that all the details add up. We are the neighbors who will be burdened with additional costs to cool our homes. The lights will shine into our living rooms and our children's bedrooms. During large storms, water bubbles out of the manholes on Valley. Residents have lost cars and had water coming up through the sewers when the stormwater system is overwhelmed. This area cannot handle this additional 3 acres of runoff.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
You can send us an email. Thanks. Next, we'll have our online public speaks. The first person we have is Taylor McFarland.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Taylor McFarland, and I'm the Conservation Program Manager for the Sierra Club New Jersey chapter. The Sierra Club is the nation's oldest and largest grassroots environmental organization with over 120,000 members and supporters in New Jersey and 3.8 million members and supporters nationwide. The New Jersey Sierra Club opposes the artificial turf proposal for Ritzer Field. We do not support replacing natural grass fields with plastic artificial turf because of its severe environmental and public health impacts. There are significant land use impacts when open space and natural grass playing fields are converted into artificial turf. Loss of wildlife and natural habitat, increased impervious cover, and increased flooding are just a few impacts. A regular-sized artificial turf field contains 500,000 pounds of plastic, which results in microplastic shedding into the environment. The plastic blades and rubber infill are not physically bound by the turf and scatter into the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, these artificial turf fields are not recyclable, which means they end up in landfills or are dumped illegally. The elevated surface temperatures of artificial turf fields have shown to contribute to heat-related illness. One study found football players are 11 times more likely to suffer a heat-related illness playing on synthetic turf. Artificial turf typically costs $450,000 to $1.5 million for an official-sized athletic field. The maintenance and fertilizer costs may be higher with natural grass, but when you you must replace these artificial turf fields every 8 to 10 years. So over the long term, natural grass is less expensive and better for the environment. This artificial turf proposal will need significant review by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection because of the environmental impacts. So we ask that South Orange Maplewood School Board of Estimate invest in natural grass playing fields that are safe for the environment and safe for the people playing for them. Thanks.
Next, we have Chloe Lawrence.
Hello. I just wanted to applaud the students who spoke about the necessity for a functioning stage, and I hope that issue is resolved as soon as possible because it is vital for many of the arts programs at CHS. My name is Chloe Lawrence, and I'm a 2018 alumna of Columbia High School, and I'm here to speak about the special dance teacher and my experience as a member of the special dance company for 3 years. The special dance teacher is committed to the arts and their students. They have always upheld the philosophy that arts classes are just as valuable as any class, academic or otherwise. This philosophy has helped shape my decision to pursue a master's in the arts field, and I'm so grateful that I had a teacher who taught me the importance of valuing the arts. The special dance teacher taught me time management, commitment, leadership, kindness, and compassion. They encourage students to express ourselves creatively and facilitate an attentive environment where students choreographed important dances about critical societal and social justice issues. Aside from being a member of the special dance company, I was also on the Columbia High School swim team, and the special dance teacher was understanding when it came to students' other academic and athletic commitments, while simultaneously maintaining their love for the special dance company and its importance. The special dance teacher's leadership plays a significant role in the special dance show being one of the most highly anticipated events of the school year. But beyond that, the special dance teacher was there for me during some of the most difficult times of my life. They created a space that allowed me to creatively process my health issues and the passing of one of my parents through a dance I choreographed and performed with 2 other members of the company. This opportunity was transformative for me, and I owe much of that to the special dance teacher. The special dance teacher is a valued member of the community and one of the best teachers I had at CHS. I continue to carry the values and skills I learned from the special dance teacher and the special dance company. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Dan Kogan-Drew.
A resident of Maplewood, a parent of a recent graduate, and of a current 9th grader at CHS. I'm also president of the CHS Ultimate Board of Directors. CHS Ultimate is a not-for-profit 501c3 founded in 2019 to support and sustain Ultimate Frisbee in Maplewood, South Orange, which, as you probably know, is the birthplace of Ultimate. I was speaking tonight because I learned of one of the items on the board's agenda, item 4576J, authorized the business administrator to enter into an agreement with Ultimate Frisbee. I understand that the board will be voting to provide the Underhill facility to our teams at no additional cost. And on behalf of CHS Ultimate, I want to strongly support this proposal and thank the board for recognizing the contributions that our teams make to the community. I'd like to say a quick word about the sport of Ultimate and the CHS Ultimate organization. Ultimate is fun and healthy, cultivates leadership and agency in young people. The game is 100% player officiated. Ultimate participants value leadership, equity, integrity, responsibility, and joy. Annually, CHS Ultimate serves more than 140 students from our community. Together with our coaches, many of whom are CHS alumni, this spring our programs will provide an average of more than 150 hours of Ultimate Frisbee training and competition for each of our participating athletes. In the last year, our teams at the middle and high school levels in the open and girls non-binary divisions have traveled to North Carolina, Virginia, Utah, Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania to compete at the highest levels our sport has to offer. As an organization, our goal is to increase participation in Ultimate across our 2 communities by offering participants of all skill levels and regardless of financial ability, a wide range of opportunities to participate in the competitive sport of Ultimate. And any reduction in our operating expenses helps us to achieve this goal. So thank you again to the board for your support. We're proud to represent the Maplewood South Orange community. Thank you.
Next, we have Chiamaka Obidigbo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Chiamaka Obidigbo, class of 2014 and a former special dance member. I come to you today because I am filled with gratitude for the opportunity to share with you the profound impact that our special dance teacher has had on not only my life, but the students here at Columbia High School and specifically at Special Dance. When I think of our special dance teacher, it reminds me more of just dance steps and routine. It reminds me of the unwavering dedication, passion, and resilience that they embody. From the moment I stepped into special dance, this teacher became more than just a teacher. They became a mentor, a role model, and a source of inspiration. Their character is defined by their relentless pursuit of excellence and their commitment to nurturing each and every single one of their students' talents and aspirations. They see potential in every individual and tirelessly encourages each and every single one of us to reach beyond our perceived limitations. Through their guidance and encouragement, they have instilled in me a sense of discipline, determination, and self-confidence that extends far beyond the dance floor that I still utilize up until today. One thing that sets this teacher apart is the ability to impart invaluable life lessons through the art of dance. Beyond perfecting pliés, they teach us the importance of perseverance, teamwork, resilience in the face of adversity. They lead us by example, showing us the success is not measured solely by just accolades, but by the courage to pursue our dreams and unwavering determination. So I come to you today as a testament of this profound impact that our special dance teacher has had in my life. It's not only shaped me into the healthcare professional and the leader that I am today, but has equipped me with the tools and values that continue to guide me on my journey. And I am forever grateful for their guidance and their wisdom and their unwavering belief in my potential. So in closing, I invite everybody to just understand and celebrate and acknowledge the remarkable character of our special dance teacher and the profound impact that
Thank
they've
you,
had on
Shamaka.
shaping the lives of our students. Thank you.
Next, we have Tiffany Wilson.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Shannon Cuddle.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I've frozen on my side. Good evening. So first, I just want to pause and take a moment and say thank you to all of the amazing students that spoke up tonight and stayed up late on a school night to be able to speak out. As a former theater kid myself, this is an important issue. But I'm here to also uplift CHS Spectrum Club and highlight them as well for our district and community. CHS Spectrum Club, along with the New Jersey Safe Schools Coalition, over the weekend held a vigil to honor the memory of Nex Benedict, a LGBTQ plus student from Oklahoma that faced bullying and died. And during the time that our students and community came together, we had over 100 folks from across the state of New Jersey. But the most powerful thing was hearing from our students. We had students from our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools, and former alumni even come back and speak out about bullying that's actually they've experienced here in our beloved school district. And even our low elementary kids and middle school and high school kids even spoke bravely, telling their truth of stories about the experiences of homophobia and transphobia that they experienced in our hallways in our beloved South Orange and Maplewood community. And also access to bathrooms and the lack of access to bathrooms at the elementary, middle, and high school. I wanted to bring that to your attention. But I also wanted to bring up to the attention the fact that even in our rainbow beloved communities, that our students, especially our most marginalized and most vulnerable students, are still feeling the impacts of HIB, of bullying. And why it's so important that we be the model for the rest of the state, especially now, in creating welcoming, safe schools. And I would implore our Board of Education to be able to create a resolution reaffirming Policy 5756 and affirming all trans and non-binary students in the state and in our school district. Thank you.
Next, we have David Craker.
Yes, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is David Craker. I'm a resident of South Orange, and I'm also on the planning board for South Orange. I do want to say that one thing that I really like about being on the planning board is the transparency. Everybody hears the conversations out loud. And then the other thing that I like is the system of checks and balances that we have, so that we have some lawyers presenting one thing and then somebody else is reading it from the town, and we talk about it back and forth. And I really would urge you to decouple the Richardfield returfing issue from the rest of the bond tonight. That's really why I'm here. But I really want to say I wish that you would follow, some of these practices that we see on the planning board. If you were to go forward with this issue, many of the things that we do on the planning board, the things that we follow is we have a lighting plan, a traffic impact plan, environmental impact plan, a stormwater management plan, and a community outreach mechanism that we use. And so I would say that if you're going forward with this, you need to follow those things as well. The other thing is, once again, I'm wanting you to sever the Richardfield issue from the rest of the package. But whatever you do, I'm really urging that you take a precautionary stance over a remediary stance. Thank you.
Next, we have Tony Mazaki.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Ollie Gans.
Hi, let me pull up my notes. Hi, I'm Ollie Gans. I'm a resident of Hickson Place, like many of my neighbors who have spoken tonight. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here to encourage you to vote against the plans to turn Ritzer Field into artificial turf. The points that I'm going to make are ones that you've heard many, many times before, but that bear repeating. So some of the main points I'm going to hit upon tonight are mostly related to the financial impact of this, but there are also health concerns, environmental concerns, and quality of life concerns. Firstly, the estimated cost of this project has more than doubled the amount that was voted on in when this issue was voted on in 2019. And despite the current $4.5 million price tag, the current plan still does not even reflect the true costs. The current plan does not account for any of the infrastructure that will be required for stormwater infrastructure. And I'm really just scratching the surface here, but at the end of the day, this plan and the associated costs really just have not been thought through, and it's the taxpayers who are going to pay the price, literally. There has been zero outreach to local residents about these plans, even though we will bear the cost of cooling our homes from the heat island that this will create. And the current site plan posted by the school district shows none of the infrastructure that will be needed to protect the Rahway River from contamination, which provides drinking water to the town of Rahway. I feel strongly that we need to find another solution that makes sense financially for the taxpayers of South Orange and Maplewood. Thank you.
Next, we have Devyani Guha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm Devyani Guha. I am a resident of South Orange. I'm also on the South Orange Zoning Board, but I speak for myself, not for the zoning board. The well-being of the district is very close to my heart. That being said, I'm quite surprised by the breathtaking lack of detail in the bond proposal for $30 million. The district currently has a debt of $172 million. Taking on another $30 million without any details of what is being proposed is not okay. The bond proposal should show accurate numbers that reflect current needs and not wants. I'll start with Ritzer, for which we have some details. First, I want to point out that you're proposing to convert over 3 acres of natural grass to plastic. For comparison, average homes in our town sit on less than a quarter acre. So Ritzer would be about the size of at least 15 moderate-sized homes covered in plastic. The cost comparison for natural grass versus artificial turf is misleading. It includes just $600,000 for turf replacement once in 24 years, when we know that turf guarantees only last for 8 years. The current turf replacement for Underhill seems to have cost $2.5 million, and it's only about half the size of the proposed Ritzer. The cost for turf at Ritzer doesn't include any numbers for stormwater management, which is required for any major development. Even more alarming is the risky advice by our district's consultants to sidestep NJDEP requirements for the project. There are no traffic study numbers, nor any lighting plans, no visualizations of what the area will look like after the 30-foot high nets are installed over the 8-foot fencing. There has been no outreach to neighbors. The lack of care exhibited by the way this project has been handled should give all of you pause. This project should be severed from the rest of the proposal, and the entire package should be broken down into smaller parts with detailed cost estimates. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Lefevre.
That committee member is not online.
All right, next we have Brian Gunther.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So everyone on this board, my name is Brian Gunther. I live on Hickson Place in South Orange. As everyone on this board knows, last summer, 2023, was the hottest summer on this planet. I think we're all in agreement that global warming is real, not fake. So it boggles my mind that we would even be talking about putting plastic on an already open field in a progressive town that we live in. We talk about equity. We talk about the environment. But we're going to cover a field with plastic? Why not find an old parking lot somewhere or an old building and knock it down and put plastic over that? There's just no need. The planet's dying. I can't believe we're having this argument. Some of you on the board have your doctorates in science. And you still want to go this direction? Just think about your kids, your grandkids. Your grandkids are going to be living in a world much different than we have now. Why should we be adding to it? Please think about it. It kind of seems like there hasn't been much thought. I really hope that you guys can talk about it and think about it from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for public speaks. Yeah, that's all for public speaks. That's all the speakers. No, can you email that to us? Yeah, there's a second public speech and you can speak after that. Yeah. Okay, then we'll just do the committee readouts now. Yes, we'll just go down the line, yeah.
Confirming. Hi, everyone. Thanks to everyone who's still here. All right, I'm going to do our Special Services Ad Hoc Committee readout. The Special Services Ad Hoc Committee met on February 12th, 2024. We began at 7 p.m. and adjourned at 9:10. Myself, Board Members Myers and Whitletter, Acting Superintendent Dr. Gilbert, and Assistant Superintendent of Special Services Susie Budine were all in attendance. The first topic we talked about was the New Jersey CUSAC visit. We began the meeting discussing this audit site visit, which occurred on February 14th. For context, this is part of the Department of Education's monitoring and a district self-evaluation for public school districts. Ms. Budine shared that the visit typically involves a monitor from the state coming to the Special Services Department and reviewing records based on a randomized list of students. Often the visit is a single date, but occasionally monitors return for a second visit. After the February 14th visit, which did not include any special education review, Ms. Budine was informed that a representative would be scheduling a return visit. And the monitor did return on February 20th, at which time information around home instruction was requested for review. No additional documentation specific to special education was requested or reviewed at this time. The second topic we talked about was the 504 investigation and next steps. Ms. Budine reviewed the findings of the recent investigation into 504 cases at CHS with the committee. A remediation process has been implemented and is underway to review and potentially revise any affected 504 decisions. Affected families have been notified or are currently being notified. Ms. Budine has and is continuing to provide professional development and oversight as needed. And finally, policies related to Section 504 for students were discussed for revisions to improve clarity around team composition and add safeguards to that end. This has been moved forward to the policy committee for further review and discussion. The next topic we went through was home instruction. The discussion here was had about home instruction, how it's utilized, how we provide it, and the recent data regarding our students who are receiving home instruction. The current status of cases in which a home instructor is yet to be assigned were also reviewed at this time. The next component of things that we talked about were data collection and analysis. So for context, Frontline is the system that contains the majority of our district's special education data. Ms. Budine did share that any data that is put into an IEP via Frontline can technically be tracked. However, she acknowledged that there are few limitations to the current data warehouse and that outputs that it can produce. One is that this information is really only as good as the information that is put into the document. So the work is being done with the Federal Monitoring Corrective Action Plan that directly addresses some of those areas to ensure that all the information that needed is accurately inputted. And the second component, or limitation, is that additional requested data must be tabulated and then visually displayed by creating secondary systems or documents. And that was the case with the data that I will discuss that we reviewed in this meeting. So Ms. Budine furnished data that had been requested regarding our district self-contained programs, out-of-district placements, and unilateral placements. At a high level, I'll share some of our summary. So the most prevalent in district self-contained programs are our language and learning disability, or LLD classrooms, with 41% of our self-contained students placed in classrooms of LLD. The second finding was that within our total self-contained student population, there are racial disparities present. 60% of our students who are placed in self-contained settings are Black students. And another key takeaway from our data review was related to our out-of-district placements, wherein roughly a third of our students who are placed out of district have autism classifications. So identifying trends within the district using data is critical as we work towards our shared vision of inclusion and equity. So in light of these observations, a discussion followed about how we continue collecting statistical data and information on referrals, data related to demographics of students who are placed in our self-contained programs and our out-of-district placements. Therefore, this information, it's not currently housed or tracked through our IEP tracking system, but we are working on structuring it for better tracking and information moving forward. This includes items that we previously discussed, like home instruction, referrals, demographics, and out-of-district placement. The district shared that it will work towards standardizing this information for more frequent review and analysis as we move forward, with improvements to the department overall in the upcoming years. And this committee looks forward to continuing the work and drilling down on this data in the future. Next, we talked about inclusion and equity. This discussion was about how special education is being embedded in the equity work that is being done across our district. Ms. Budine discussed the team approach that she, Ms. Wabel, and Dr. Gilbert take and how they view this as an integral part of the overall vision of our equity work. She indicated she's currently engaged in direct work with child study teams, our related service providers, and teachers on a case-by-case basis. This includes things like working with the team to ensure that we're using strength-based language in reports, at meetings, and in communication with our stakeholders, and working through case example using an equity lens to review decisions that are being made and to compare outcomes. A long-term goal here, Ms. Budine shared, is that all IEP meetings would have normed language and frameworks. All reports would have consistent language that reflects our commitment to ensuring that strength-based approach and perspective of our students. And this committee would like to maintain this as an ongoing point of discussion in future meetings and identify additional ways to monitor inputs and progress there. Next, we discussed the CPAC resource fair that was proposed. A resource fair was proposed to be held in the spring, and Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Budine plan to discuss that in their upcoming check-in, after which Ms. Budine will connect with our CPAC leaders regarding the potential for this event. Next, we talked about the potential for a special services experiential survey. A survey has already been disseminated to our special education families based on an audit, but the idea was raised of circulating an annual survey that would support a more regular cadence of feedback. This would work towards maintaining special education family engagement and identifying trends over time to celebrate our wins and identify areas of growth. This was discussed and will be considered, but no decisions were made in this committee meeting. In closing, there were no special education budget-related items that were up this month, but a theme for this month for our committee was around transparency via data and how it informs and drives our decision-making. And I want to thank Ms. Budine for preparing all of the requested data and her detailed review of it within the committee. There is an enormous amount of information that requires the attention of our district leaders, and subsequently a lot of work and decision-making is required. And it's really evident to us that Ms. Budine and her team are actively considering the current landscape of that work, taking on the challenges and charting a path forward to continually improve educational services for our students and families. That concludes my update, and I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Next, we'll have an update on personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on Monday, February 26th. Board members Vad Lamani, Duval Wilson, Board President Tellersford, and I were in attendance. As usual, we kicked off the meeting reviewing the personnel resolutions. A couple of things I wanted to highlight. I'm excited to report that later this evening during the action portion, hopefully soon, that the assistant principal position at Seth Boyden will be filled by a longtime SOMSD employee, a teacher in the district for 20-plus years who is also a CHS alum. As we reviewed the substitute resolution, we also discussed the process of volunteers within the district. Dr. Gilbert acknowledged that protocols have not been strictly enforced, but that this will change moving forward, as it's important that all buildings are following the proper volunteer protocol, adhering to the district policy that governs volunteers. We then reviewed the vacancies report that reflected a revised format per some requests at the last committee meeting. I'm happy to see how this report has improved during my time on the committee, and while there's still some tweaks to be made, I want to give a kudos to the HR staff involved for continuously taking committee feedback to provide requested information in a format that is easy to digest. We are now able to get a better sense of vacancies as a percentage by each building and see how many vacancies are actually due to leave replacements, which is actually about half of them. An additional layer of data we are trying to understand is identifying month-over-month trends. So as I've mentioned, this report will continue to evolve. The committee also discussed making the data and charts available on the district website, and the goal is to get something up and running by/over the summer, as this is a crucial time to understand vacancies heading into the new school year. At the time, Dr. Gilbert also mentioned that he is working with the Director of Technology to create a page on our district website that includes the demographic data of our district staff. Speaking of leave replacements, we had a discussion around concerns for hiring for these positions versus substitutes. Mr. Adedoyan discussed that we are now raising the daily rate for our subs in order to attract more subs and help alleviate some of the costs associated with hiring for leave replacements. Dr. Gilbert and Mr. Adedoyan provided an update around confidential personnel matters and noted the board's concerns. During new business, we held a few brief discussions. We talked about the 2023-24 school year observation schedule. I brought this up to check in if the district is on track to be on schedule for the state submissions in the spring, and if not, how can we ensure that we are? HR has stated that they will provide this information in the next meeting. We also discussed the parenting center. The position of the director came up during Dr. Gilbert's listening tour, and he has committed to finding out how it was previously funded and what the position would potentially look like in the future. More discussions to follow in future committee meetings. No decision was made. We ended the meeting talking about hiring process and background checks. Mr. Adedoyan addressed the hiring practices, explained in detail, including how background checks are completed for new hires. He also informed the committee about the Pass the Trash law. This is something that requires us as a school district to conduct a review of employment history of the applicant by contacting former and current employers to determine if the prospective employee has any pending or substantiated allegations of child abuse or sexual misconduct over the past 20 years. The idea behind the law was to ensure that a prospective employer would be aware of these pending or substantiated allegations of child abuse or sexual misconduct before hiring the employee, and the trash would not be passed from one school employer or contractor to another school employer or contractor. And that's it. Our next meeting is Monday, March 18th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
Next, we'll get an update from our FFT committee.
The FFT committee met on Feb 27th. Joining me were board members Callahan, Meyer, and board president, Dr. Telesford. The administration was represented by Dr. Kevin Gilbert, acting superintendent, Mr. Burnside, business administrator, Ms. Del Curcio, assistant business administrator, Mr. Bonds, tech director, and Mr. Giglio, the facilities director. The first topic we discussed was actually the same presentation that all of you saw on the audit of the last year's budget. And we were presented with the ACFR and the AMR. I mean, these are all complex acronyms that actually mean Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and the Auditor's Management Report. We're happy to report that there were no findings, and there was just one recommendation made in one of the categories. The next topic we spoke about was Board of School estimates. And we had to reschedule the Board of School estimates to March. And we discussed about how the resolution should be and what we should take there. The next item we discussed was on the drainage with the architect, and the architect will research and get back to the committee with a document on how it was being planned for. The next topic we spoke about was CHS auditorium. The district is in the process of not only doing safety checks on all the auditoriums in our district, but also getting quotes to replace rigging and lighting in CHS. And also, you should know that I think we're pretty close to finishing or have already finished the rigging and lighting in the Seth Boyden Auditorium. We talked about change orders for Clinton Bolden and CHS. In the facilities update, Mr. Giglio gave an overview of the projects his department has completed this month. They include repaired classroom floors in Tuscan, Marshall, and Maplewood Middle School. There was a partial roof replacement in Seth Boyden. The CHS Media Center had a large section packed up for construction, and they performed snow removal on 2 storms in February. After that, we actually spent a big chunk of time talking about the next year's budget. And the committee reviewed the major increases in the budget and the possible savings to offset those increases. We also reviewed the historical trends and the current budget for paraprofessionals. Committee reviewed the advantages of moving into self-insured dental model. And we also looked at the lease purchase for finance and insurance for tech devices. The FFT committee is scheduled to meet one extra time in March on the 6th of March to discuss budgets and look at various other things. To give you an update of a few questions that came up about the Vanguard Theatre Group, there was, I'll just skip that, just read it online, not very important. We have a huge unpaid meal charges across the district, and we talked about the strategy on how to collect the funds from the parents and follow the policy that we wrote last year. We had a brief discussion on the baseball boosters fundraising, which we decided to table for next meeting as there were many questions in there. The other important thing that you should know is that the subscription busing survey results are out. They have been attached to the FFT meeting minutes on the website. The overwhelming majority of the community that participated in the survey results does not want to participate in subscription transportation. So at this point, the board is not going to recommend going forward with subscription transportation to the district. We discussed a couple of policies on personal records, student records, and reporting potential missing or abused children. We have a couple of resolutions coming up, change orders, and a donation from the South Orange Library. And in new business, we talked about committee receiving an update on the special education audit, and that should be completed soon. So that was in the FFT committee meeting.
Thank you. When can the board expect to see the first draft of the budget?
So the budget process is ongoing. As you know, the presentation is going to be scheduled for March 14th. That's when the preliminary budget is presented, I guess, in public. We may have some more preliminary numbers, as we've already shared once before, will be available after the next FFT meeting on the 6th. That's Wednesday.
Okay, the next update will be for policy.
I'm going to do policy and data, if that's all right. We'll do both quickly. You can go and read the very exciting minutes online. The policy committee met on Tuesday, February 20th with myself, Board Member Sackett Gable, Board Member Whitletter, and Dr. Gilbert, Ms. Budine. There are 4 policies that we're putting forward for first read tonight. These are, generally speaking, policies that are part of the big catch-up process from last year to get ourselves up to date on our policies that needed to be updated. You will note there's policy 4281, inappropriate staff conduct, Policy 4421.13, postnatal accommodations. If you are a board watcher and you looked at the agenda yesterday to look at this, we updated language on that. We realized that there was some language that could be more gender inclusive with regard to nursing parents specifically. Policy 4425, work-related disability pay. Notably, Policy 5517 regarding school district-issued identification cards. We synchronized the language in this policy with the requirement in Policy 7440 requiring that secondary school students wear their IDs at all times, and also gives principal or their designee the right to require display of IDs at school events after hours, and require students to carry IDs at those times. We have several policies that we're looking at for subsequent dates. We're looking at Policy 2418 regarding Section 504 to look at language that will clarify who is required to be in certain meetings, and also what other pieces we can put in to strengthen these protections we're providing to students with disabilities. Policy 5111, we've been looking at that with regard to flexibility around when a student is required to be unenrolled after not being in class because they've had to have necessary travel for visa purposes, and also to make sure that we're addressing any anti-bias concerns there are with regard to residency checks. Also, Policy 5512 regarding HIB, we're looking at whether there is merit to changing the policy from investigating every claim with a full investigation to giving principals an initial threshold level of determination. So that may come up in a future date. And that is the essence, the broad pieces of what we discussed in policy. Our first data committee meeting took place on January 29th this year. The data committee, it's a special committee. We're looking this year sort of at two branches. We're looking at the best ways to be collecting data, as well as the best ways to then use the data. We had a terrific presentation from Dr. Gilbert, Ms. Bodner, and Ms. Correa regarding the data systems that we have in place right now. We have a number of different data tracking systems that interconnect together, and we have a tremendous tracking product, this super mega spreadsheet connected to all sorts of data sources that can give a really impressive presentation of the functioning levels and kind of dashboard of where students are in each particular class, each particular teacher or service provider. The issue is that this is, sort of strung together with duct tape and bubble gum. It is a great system that very few people in our district can actually use at one time. So our goal is that hopefully we can build a new system that's able to do this, but really make it accessible so that any teacher could, pull up a dashboard and say, let's see how my class is functioning, where are the highs, where are the lows, and go from there. Now that's going to require money, and it's going to require putting out an RFP to find an appropriate data warehouse product that's going to give us what we need. So we're going to have to look a bit down the road to see when we can have the money for that, forecasting, et cetera. And the other piece, as far as ways to use the data, we've had a discussion as far as looking at reports that the district puts out, considering ways of what numbers we're showing and how to show numbers with a context that allows the best understanding of what we're showing, whether it's particular student achievement over time, looking at disparities by race, or other really important functions, especially as we work through the Fergus Committee report and committees to understand our positions over time. So that's going to be an ongoing process. The data committee is likely going to be meeting on approximately a bi-monthly cadence, and we've got a lot of good things to work on. Questions?
Next, we have an update from CNI.
Okay, I will give the February Curriculum and Instruction Committee report. The CNI committee met on February 21st at 6:30 p.m. with all board committee members, as well as Ms. Correa, Ms. Wabel, and Dr. Gilbert in attendance. The first portion of the meeting was focused on updates pertaining to district goals. First up was Intervention and Referral Services, INRS. Now that quarter two has finished, Ms. Correa is meeting with school administrators to break apart INRS data. They're looking closely at why students are not passing classes. They're documenting any interventions that have been used in the classroom and sending the information to INRS. Additionally, instructional coaches have now been assigned to support all INRS teams. It's important to note that while research supports having academic intervention teachers for kindergarten through second graders, students in upper grades who need it receive academic intervention support directly in their classrooms with their classroom teachers. The district is also considering a gradual release model as students receiving academic intervention move from second to third grade. Additionally, as SOMSD moves away from Teachers College for reading and towards the science of reading, the district is being proactive in supporting students in grades 3 through 5 who may have gaps in their mastery. Teachers are engaging in professional development to mitigate challenges, and fortunately, the newer reading curricula also have intervention tools as part of their programs. Now that a solid process is in place, there will be a community-friendly FAQ page shared on the SOMSD website about the INRS process. Just wanted to note that a visiting CUSAC rep remarked that our INRS system is the best he's ever seen. Ms. Correa thanked the INRS team for providing all the necessary documentation to get things to this point. Next, we talked about Freshman Academy. The CHS freshman huddles have ended, and Ms. Bodner is assembling a team to reassess that whole program for next year. We moved on to Gifted and Talented. Ms. Correa is currently planning a Gifted and Talented rollout for administrators. Then she will be training teachers. The goal is to test students by spring break, but Ms. Correa cautioned that this should be a natural experience for students, not an intense testing situation, and at-home preparation is not necessary. After the tests are administered, the results will go to parents after spring break. Ms. Correa has conducted a lot of research in putting together this plan and emphasized that Gifted and Talented will not be a program or a destination for students to attend. Rather, it will include services similar to the way there are interventions to support students who may be struggling in certain areas. The results of the GNT testing may show that students have certain needs for enrichment in particular areas. Ms. Correa will also provide more detail at the April board meeting. She has already assembled a team, including teachers and administrators, and will be reaching out to include parents on that team as well. We talked about student absences as it pertains to the high school mostly, and credit recovery. The district is fixing current issues for students in need while also working to develop a system that's sustainable long-term. There were no new budget items this month, but the district is preparing the anticipated costs, if any, for initiatives such as Gifted and Talented, included with the Fergus recommendations, Freshman Academy, and magnetic reading. We moved on to a few new business items. First was the newly mandated information literacy and social media instruction, which will be written over the summer for ELA and social studies. In K-5, this instruction is already part of the National Library Standards. It's dissected even more in the secondary PE and health curriculum. The district will work with the Parenting Center to develop at-home components to be included in the curriculum. More will come on this in Ms. Wabel's presentation in March. The state is adding learning standards for grief and loss lessons. While it can take 2 to 3 years for the state to fully build out the resources around this legislation, the district will look to be proactive. Ms. Monfasani is researching and incorporating these lessons into the health and PE curriculum for grades 6 through 12. Board member Callahan shared that the grief organization Imagine is writing the curriculum for the state and looking for school district partners. This is a possibility that the district will find out more about and consider. Last, under new business, there was some concern around midterm ELA grading rubrics for 10th, 9th, and 10th grades, which included floor grades. We were informed that Dr. Bean Folks used a PD session to hear more about this directly from teachers. We look forward to hearing more ourselves about the outcome of the discussions, so when the board is looking at achievement data, we have an accurate picture of the story the grades tell. There were a couple of policies up for discussion. 5512 is regarding HIB, which will come up at a future board meeting. We saw a presentation from Ms. Wabel on the HIB data and procedures, in addition to the update given by Board Member Meyer. We also recommended having principals explain the HIB process during back to school night so that parents have a better understanding of what to expect throughout the HIB process. And we talked about 5517, student IDs, which Board Member Meyer has already updated us on. And lastly, I'll say that one theme prevailing throughout the curriculum and instruction topics this month was intention. While district school leadership team members may appear to be moving slowly at times, there is a great deal of thoughtful work being done behind the scenes. They are considering the best interests of our students, consulting current research, gathering input from stakeholders, and planning toward long-term solutions. And that concludes my report.
All right, now we move on to the action portion of the meeting.
Thank you, board members. This evening we have resolutions 4573 through 4582. Are there any requests to sever? Hearing none, seeing none.
All right. Yeah.
All right. We're now in discussion.
Board Member Meyer.
Thank you. I have two separate items, so I'll ask first. With regard to Resolution 45760, which is concerning the items being sent to the Board of School Estimate, I've personally spent a lot of the month of February learning how a Board of School Estimate works, and I've also learned that we're the only Type 2 district that has one, so it's, you know, SOMA uniqueness. I just, is that right? Oh, that's not what NJSBA told me, okay. So I was curious to know, with regard to this proposal that's being proposed for the bond at the Board of School Estimate, what is the ability in here to separate parts of the project, one from the other? I know this had to go to the state for approval and then comes here and it goes to the Board of School Estimate. Is there an ability to parcel things out at this stage? And if not, what would happen?
Right. So after confirming with Patrick, we've had many conversations about this. Unfortunately, we're not able to sever those out. We would have to go back to the Department of Education and start the approval process all over again, and that would take months to do.
And what would happen to the other construction projects during that time?
They would be held up because they're all part of that one project ID number. And what we would be trying to do is get separate project ID numbers for each individual project.
Okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up comment on the question Board Member Myers asked is that if for whatever reason we don't pass this resolution, we will have no money for South Orange Middle School. I mean, let's be clear on what will happen if for whatever reason we don't pass the resolution. You know, a lot of other things may or may not be as important, but South Orange Middle School is a big chunk of it. I mean, we don't need a PhD in math to understand that if Maple Road Middle School costs 19 million, you know, South Orange Middle School is probably going to cost the same. And that's what the public bid came out to in the last bidding process. So
one further question, if no one else has one. With regard to Resolution 4576J regarding Ultimate Frisbee, especially a comment, I think that this is a great thing to do. I know that Ultimate is one of the very few athletics that we have that is not an actual school sport, but is rather a club, so it's sort of singled out as having to pay a fee for use of facilities. I do want to be mindful and think in the broader context about, I know that we promulgated a new sort of rate sheet for use of facilities, and that has impacted a number of organizations in our community, such as the PTAs. So I'd like us to think about taking a broader view as far as the framework for when we are making exceptions to this, so that we are being even-handed and accommodating everyone as best possible, while, of course, covering our own finances in that regard.
I mean, I understand that point, looking at this from a broader context, but I think we can also look at this as a single-time thing for something that is quite unique to our community. For all of us that go through Columbia High School, we all learned that we invented Ultimate Frisbee. So taking some sort of exception for the club, team, whatever you want to call it, I think it is something that I am fine with. And yes, while other organizations may have to pay these fees, we didn't invent those organizations. We never invented the PTA, but if we invented PTAs, then I would want the PTAs to have free use of our facilities also.
We should be, this is one thing that I find a little, well, not concerning, a little disappointing in our district is that we don't take pride in what we create. We invented Ultimate. It happened here in the parking lot, and probably Ritzer was the first place where they had an official match. And it's an international sport. Last week I had gone to one of those college visits with my older one, and the director of admissions walks up and says, "Hey, how many of you play Ultimate?" Like, oh, we invented it. Hey, so I think we should be proud of what we have. I'm not saying that we shouldn't take care of everyone, but this is something that's ours. The 3 founders are in our Hall of Fame. The least we can do is to give a nod and say, you know what, you don't have to pay for the facilities where you were born.
I just want to say, I think we do take pride in what we create. We heard from the special dance team today that talked about, and years back, right? We have 3 Columbia High School board members, and I agree with Will's suggestion here that it is something that we just have to consider, right? Because every organization is so important to all the people who are involved in that organization, and trying to make a determination on what's more important or who should get access. These are things that, bias could be involved, right? So I do think that we should have a more broader view on this. And while I will also support this resolution this evening, I agree with what you were saying, Will.
No, I have a different a comment on 4574D as in David. And I'm happy to see that we increase the substitute teachers' pay as board member Eckert informed us. It's very competitive, especially when we compare it against our neighboring districts, and that's a good thing. So I just wanted to highlight that we are doing that in today's resolution.
Any other comments, questions? All right.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Is there? Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion's passed. Sorry, we also have 2 hand carries. Lamani,
Yes.
Board President Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes,
Motion-
sorry.
Motion passes. And that concludes the action portion.
All right, and we'll have our second hearing of individuals and delegations. How many do we have? I know we have, let's see, Ari Casella. Push the button. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to finish reading my letter. I just realized that I didn't have it on last time. In any case, I wanted to ask, so did the bonding just happen? So did you just pass the, no? I'm sorry, just what did you vote on? Just
That is the resolution we're
first
sending to
the first
to the
resolution?
Board of School. That's the resolution we're sending to the Board of School estimate. But
Okay, I'll just finish reading my letter. Sorry, thank you. All right, so this is regarding Ritzer Field. This proposal simultaneously cords in large amounts of students within its fencing with few and far between exits. What are the risks here? And it also effectively prevents access to a majority of students not directly involved in turf sport. The Ritzer Field proposal seeks to spend a disproportionate amount of money on a complex that benefits a small subset of athletes and not the overall student body. To fund this as such would be a lapse of fiscal responsibility by the district. Let our taxpayer money provide the largest benefit to the greatest number of students in our community at large. Please reject turfing Ritzer Field, and perhaps let's fix the auditorium instead. Thank you. I just wanted to ask also about process, like what was it that you voted on earlier? Like when will we know what happens after this? Does it go to the Board of Estimate?
we can speak afterwards.
Oh, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry, thank you.
All right, then I think now we're moving on to new business. Does anyone have any new business? Yeah.
I'll just note briefly, we have an FFT meeting happening this week to talk about the budget. I would like to propose that we try to tack on a couple minutes in light of all of the discussion about the CHS auditorium, just to understand whether there are any alternatives to what was discussed at the last meeting. And there may not be, but I just propose that go to the committee as soon as possible.
I didn't know if I had a second.
No, there's no, I'll add it to the agenda. There's nothing to vote on.
Board Member Whitletter?
I have very urgent new business. It's Nubia's birthday! Sorry, I just had to say that. We made it, 12-12, woo! Happy birthday! Oh, may I have a motion to wish, or I'd like to make a motion to wish Nubia a happy birthday. Do I have a second?
I think point of order, that is an inappropriate motion, but also a second.
All right, happy birthday.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Public service.
Any more new business? All right. And I'll say Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, March 21st, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session to the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session estimated to be at 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and CDC. Action will be taken. And with that, I make a motion to close this meeting at 12:14 a.m. Second? Okay. All right. All right. All in favor? Say aye. All right. We are now closed. Thank you.